Oh, there is our researcher, Tembi. The problem is she's wearing such a big hat. Well, honorable members and ladies and gentlemen, I will then ask the Chief Director to actually introduce his team. And I'm told that amongst us here, we have the Executive Mayor of Cederberg Municipality, his or her worship Chairperson, and we have also Honorable Canfer from the Western Cape Legislature who is here, and we have the petitioners under the leadership of Mr. Adams, and we do also have councillors who are also present here. And I would like to welcome them and appreciate their presence and interest in what we are here to do. I would invite the Chief Director to come back again to introduce his team before we get into the substance of our purpose of being here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair Mngwangu. My role is a bit limited now, is to introduce the colleagues within the department so that the session may be aware that the department is also here for purposes of driving the process or the exercise at hand. We have our Deputy Director General for Provincial Operations, Ms. Bosisiwe Litomba. And we have then a team of senior managers. I will start from the district, Cape Metro and West Coast, Mr. Andre Boysen. Yes. And we also have a senior manager who is responsible for strategic land acquisition, Mr. Lubabalo Mbekeni. We have quite a long delegation, but I will see. I will be stopped if I go too far. Okay, we have another senior manager responsible for Cape Winelands and Overbeck that tomorrow will be visiting, and Saturday and Sunday, Miss Esmeralda Reid. We have another senior manager who's responsible for land development support, Mr. Joyce Modumo Mbona. We also have another colleague who is responsible for rural infrastructure development, Ms. Ncumi Sanjona. My colleagues will bear with me if I end somewhere. And we have got an acting senior manager for property management for our department, Ms. K. September. I think I would end there. There are also other support colleagues, but I don't want maybe to go any further. And I think for purposes of the space we are in, I think the chair did acknowledge the executive mayor. And I think in terms of the petitioners, they were also recognized. And I also know that there are some reps who are beneficiaries in some of the projects today that are to be visited. But I don't want us to do that intro now. So I think in terms of introducing the colleagues from the department chair, that has been done. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chief Director. We are here as Parliament Here as also the Portfolio Committee on Land Reform and Rural Development, obviously representing Parliament. The Speaker received a petition from a number of NGOs on the issues of equity schemes that are actually in operation in the Western Cape and other provinces as well. And they had a series of grievances which they actually had raised in their petition. As a matter of procedure, the Speaker then handed the petition over to the relevant committee, which is us, to actually attend to the issues that were raised in the petition. So, well, I won't go into each of the grievances, but there are grievances, and they relate largely on issues of governance, and we are here to actually exercise our constitutional role of oversight, particularly with regard to those grievances that actually had been raised. So we would actually first like to get a brief overview from the local officials of the department to tell us exactly what's going on. Yeah, in brief, because we have a long day today. We are going to be visiting a number of other areas, but it was only fair for us to start, engaging the department before we go out to other stakeholders. So without any further ado, I will hand over to the Chief Director again to give us an overview report on issues of equity schemes. The Chief Director. Well, we were expecting to have other people here who have actually apologized. Some of them will join us tomorrow. Yeah. Thank you, Chief Director.
Thank you so much, Chair. I might be coming with many papers, but we are not going to do a lot of papers. I would like us, we prepared what we call project profiles, which were also sent electronically. May I request my colleagues to share the departmental project profiles? Colleagues, Mr. Boysen, Dr. Mbegeni at the back, we provide to the members of parliament, because we will just run through those briefly. There is to be it's a bit of a project profile. It was sent electronically, which then gives an account of the sampled projects that the portfolio committee expressed to the department that they need access to. I do also want to make the input, Chair, to say that the farm equity scheme was implemented almost 20 years ago. And when we received the request and also the presentations that we were supposed to populate, we then picked up that a lot has happened to those schemes. The province of Western Cape had about 58 projects that were under the farm equity scheme, 58. Actually, the number was bigger than 58. It was about 85. But some of them could not be implemented because in the years gone, there was a pause that was made to the farm equity schemes. When we were preparing the input of the province where the implementation took place 20 years so ago, we were relying on studies that were done. Some of the studies that were commissioned by the department was Uzalo. When we looked at Uzalo process, we then picked up and we were advised to say that also go onto the projects themselves. We've had difficulty to access the projects themselves to an extent that the second part of the input to the documents that you now have, there are some changes that were uncovered. We've had about 3 attempts to gain access to the 2 projects that I would direct us to look at. And we were unsuccessful. One, it's Hex Refir project that is lined for the visit even today. We did not get, as the department, access to Hex Refir up until 2 days ago, Chair. And when we got into Hex Refir, we then realized that the farm equity scheme that was on Hex Refir was sold in 2008, 2018. As a result, that project as a project that is to be visited in the form and nature of farm equity scheme is no longer looking like it is the same. But because we were serving an instruction, we did alert the current owners to say that there is a parliamentary exercise, and as a department we are enabling that process. They were not quite keen for the visit, but they also understood, because we felt that it's better when a process of this nature is being examined, we afford then the POTCON to engage. But that project is not the project that ideally would have been at the current moment be treated as a farm equity scheme initiative. I'm just looking at the second one, which we are to visit today. Par de COP. We also gained access after several attempts to Pader COP. And Pader COP at the present moment is not necessarily a farm equity scheme on itself. However, the farm workers, over time, they bought the shares and they then got to run the operations. They are available. They know that they would be visited, and I think some members may just be around us, and also when we make the trip to Paderkop. The issues that are at Paderkop is just the internal disputes when a initiative that is run by quite a number of people is involved. So I think in the case of the West Coast and for today, Chair, I needed just to make those few inputs. Now, there would be some bit of inconsistency that I think can be clarified at a time that will be determined, wherein we say the information we've obtained by gaining access to the schemes only 3 days ago may not be accurate in this document, because we're working on another source document, which is Uzalo report, which is then an update that I think from the department side, we would plead to be afforded an opportunity to update that particular information. Otherwise, as for going on the ground, engaging on both projects, though Hex Refir, the picture is somehow different, but I think it's something that is worth presenting. Before I sit down, there is another project, because I know that Saturday and Sunday, the work of the portfolio committee will continue. There is a project in the Cape Winelands, because when we do the site visit, we then pick up that even what is on this file has changed in terms of the reality. I just want to mention and take you to that particular project. So we are just trying to do a project-specific account, Chair. Just a minute. We did not number, but the name of the farm is Fairloren Flay. Fairloren Flay Equity Scheme. The Fairloren Flay scheme, it's in the CRS area. It's not far from the small town. What is that town? Toosrivier, thank you. It's not far from Toosrivier. It will not be visited today, but because we, Chair, have the opportunity today to just give an account. When we were on site there, that project, in terms of Salo report, there is a project profile we provided, Chair. However, when we went on site, we then picked up that one, because the nature of the farm equity scheme, there was no land transactions. In other words, the beneficiaries were not owning the title. They were getting shares to a business. In this particular project, the land was sold. It changed hands. And the owner, we were made aware that is not in South Africa, but is in Belgium. But the farm manager is there. We then traced the beneficiaries. We picked up that in the number of beneficiaries that were earmarked to be part of that scheme, there are only 3 that are still on site. The 2 gentlemen we met, Paul and Davi, they are the employees of the new business. And the new business says that I have no knowledge of the equity scheme. And we then also went back to the documents of Uzalo, and we picked up that there was talk of the equity scheme, but that project, I'm making mention of it, that we informed them that there is a visit that is meant to conduct an oversight. The current people are a little bit uneasy about the visit. Again, there, it would not have been the department's call to insist either way, because I think we are subject of the process that is led by the portfolio committee. So what we are indicating in a sense, Chair, is to highlight the 3 projects that do have some questions around them, even in terms of our own understanding, that the status is no longer the same. Otherwise, other projects we can go to they can be visited. What we also have picked up in terms of the farm equity scheme, there's a farm called Langweide. It's part of this spec, Langweide. It's in Ceres in the area called Optiberg. And these projects, we paid attention to them, Chair and members, precisely because they were a sample that we were instructed to action the processes of examining them and visiting them and so on. When we got to Langweide, we picked up that in the Langweide project, the department there spent about 43 million for the farm equity scheme. And there were 42 beneficiaries. But the funding streams took different turns, in that there were then 3 other farming initiatives, farming trusts, a pack house and, but in the vicinity of Optiberg. When the visit takes place there, it's to Langweide, but the story in Langweide is going to spread. But the situation of the 42 farm workers who would have been shareholders, when we were calculating in the conversation, we could pick up that the declaration of dividends would have happened almost on 6 or 7 occasions. And the amounts that they would get, they would range from something like 1,000, 1,500. When we were calculating the overall amount, besides the fact that there would be shareholding, but in terms of the dividends that have been received, it was really not firm. We calculated, but we could not exceed 500,000 of the dividends and all that. And some members have passed on, some have retired, and these schemes were run by a trust deed. We do have an additional file where it has got the submissions that were done, that it has got the trust deeds and all the information, but it would only be for the sample which we can then make available. But I don't think, Chair, it would be today, but a time that maybe would be within because also us, we have to go and mine those documents, because the majority of officials of the department, almost all, in the case of our province and at national, they were not there. It was way before our time. But we are complying and also going where we are supposed to go, draw the information that is required, make it available, go talk to the farmers, say that there is a visit by Parliament. The one limitation I can state, when we come across a little bit of resistance and pushing the timelines a little further from us, we are not really capacitated as officials of the department to kind of go through and make sure that the information is available on time in the form and nature it's supposed to be. We have that particular difficulty. And if there could be other ideas to say how to handle this initiative, I think will be entirely in your hands. All I then did, Chair, was to give just an overview and mention the 3 critical projects that we picked up on our side as the department. There could be some challenges, and then we then hand back so that we don't take a lot of time, Chair. Otherwise, the packs are made available. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Director. I'm just hoping that when we get to these projects, we'll be able to get into the real issues that pertain to each one of them, respectively. However, I would actually just allow members of Parliament to actually pose clarity-seeking questions on the basis of the overview that the Chief Director has actually given us, without getting into the real substance of the matters, because he was largely giving us, you know, some logistics around what we are going to be doing, and also giving us some insight into what we can expect on our engagement with these projects. Honorable Maseko.
I don't have to stand, Masa. I don't have to. You can hear me. Okay. Okay, thank you very much, and also for the overview. First, Chair, the concerning last statement is it's really heart-wrenching to when the department says there's none of them were available at that time. So irrespective of us having that petition, that means the information we are going to get, is it going to be distorted information, the real information, and what are we going to anticipate to get? Because it's like the overview was all the problems. It was like a presentation of problems that they are there at these equity schemes. There's nothing that is really showcasing of the in-depth information that the department maybe has gone to try and find out. When you look at some of the projects here of the equity schemes, implementation is up to 2023, and surely that means the progress of implementation, the department, there is handover, because it's not like the staff or the officials resigned and then there were new people that get to be hired. So there must be Mr. Mwango that has handed over to Maseko, and there's a continuation of a bit. But now, when we get the information, the overview of as if there's been a stop and then reset button and then they continue, it becomes problematic because that always in the departments, we tend to believe there's institutional memory that is there, that is will be able to can assist us as we do the oversight. Now, when we get the petition about something that has happened and the department say, in principle, we don't have an institutional memory. What are we going to do? How are we going to go about? It's going to be an interesting petition that we are going to end up involving the SIU when you check the monies that have been distributed, that has been bought, these farms, for the benefit of the workers. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Maseko. I think it's well said, because I also took, I was a bit, taken aback when I heard that it looks like there was a switch somewhere. And I mean, on the part of the department, and no activity, no interaction, and suddenly this committee then contacted the department to say we are coming, then, and there was this switch on again. Okay, Honorable Mtetwa.
Greetings, Chair, and greetings to honorable members and our host here in Citrus Dal and our petitioners. I hope even these businesses wherein these petitioners have bought into this equity should be here, but I don't see that they are here, which is one error, but fine. My understanding of economics is a business economics term. One, when we say equity scheme, which means we're talking about an existing business, and at some point, someone, I don't know, between the owner of the business and those who were working, who invited the other to come on board. But it looks like the one who was owning the business welcomed those who were buying the equity. So when you buy equity, it's twofold, because we're dealing with the Land Reform Department. My assumption is that there should have been a land claim issue on that land, one. And then upon realizing that in order to thwart the land claim process to be dispossessed of the existing business, let's invite the claimants or potential beneficiaries in this citrus area to be part of the business, to avoid the land claim process, to close it down. Once the land claim process is annulled, then it looks like we are owning this business together. Now, what you didn't know, the petitioners, is that in business term, corporate governance, in business term, you find the terms of engagement of shareholders that says, if you cannot contribute equivalent of your equity that you are owning, you then get your shares diluted, or we invite another investor to come and take your position, and then you are bought out. So you exit the business because a new buyer of your shares, because the term means that if you are owning 50% of 100%, when there is a shortfall, when there's a contribution in terms of overheads of the business, you must contribute, you as equity shareholders, 50% equivalent of the money required for production, so that when there's profit, you can also share 50% equivalent of what you're owning. In this case, we have land which should be equity, but it was not converted to be equity. So that's a question I want to have on all of this, to say why the land was not used on behalf of you, the labor, or those who were in the equity scheme beneficiary, using the land wherein the business is on as your equity. That's one. Because in economics, you need 4 factors of production. You need land, buildings, owner's equity, and labor. Labor, you are the labor. And then equity could be your contribution through land, and 2 is the money that the department is pumping into the business on your behalf, not for the owners of the business. But eventually, we are seeing owners of a business exiting you guys out, having chowed the money, not declaring dividend. Now, this is the part which is interesting. Board members can decide not to declare dividends deliberately, so that as to suffocate you who are supposed to be owning or earning some dividends at the end of the financial year. They decide not to share. And that is the trick which they took you on. But when I look at this, okay. When I look at the period, if it's 20 years, this was a long-range plan. How interesting that 20 years ago, we decided to buy an equity only to find the same business are in the plans of selling the same business in the period. I'm interested, what was the period of you getting into this equity for? Is it a lifetime of the business or what? Because they can decide to exit you out or they sell the business. Then no one has to account. Thank you.
I know, honorable members, our job is to talk. And I tell you, we can talk until the small hours of the morning. Honorable Van Beek. After whom it will be Honorable Nkletama.
Yes, Chair. Greetings to everybody. Chair, I'm not going to be long. I'm not going to be long. I'm just going to say it as it is, or how I think or perceive as it is. Whoever came with this idea of the equity scheme, I don't believe it came from within government or the department. I believe it came from outside, from business. And this was their idea. When the land claims was introduced, they came with this idea to keep on to the land, to keep the land. So they can hold on to the land. So I'm not going to come here and use nice terms as Honorable Mtetwa. This is what happened here with this equity scheme. Honorable, my colleague over there, even mentioned that if we can bring in here the SIU, people will go to jail at the end of the day. Even the CD, when he was on the podium, he said that they never knew that ex-graffiti was sold in 2018 already. The department only found it out now the other day. And it's right when he says that we can't blame him, we can't blame you. some of those people who was involved, the officials, has either retired or they also has passed on already. But the thing is, we need to get to the bottom of this, Chairperson, and fix this equity scheme. Because at the end of the day, I'm not deployed here to come and romanticize anybody or please anybody. I'm representing a constituency here, and our people are suffering. It's their land. The land was stolen. They are modern day slaves on their own land. And I can't just come and sit here and not say anything and come with nice English here. I'm not here for that. To end of Chairperson, I also think that we need to look at the contracts and work through that clauses to see how white business have hide their crime that they have committed and see how we can change it again. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair, and we welcome the presentation. You know, Chair, these farm equity schemes are a horror story. It's a horror story. And it is shocking that it is a government project which has put our people even in worse circumstances than they were before. So the farm equity schemes, Chair, is a money-making scheme for white farmers. That's what it is. White farmers brought the project, government accepted it. They take the money, they evict our people, they deny them shares. It's a horror story. There is no other way we can describe this. Now, Chair, we are visiting two defunct projects. I want to make a proposal that we must interface with the beneficiaries. So we must give the department the task to find those beneficiaries, some of them at least, to get from them what happened with those two projects. Did they get any money? Were they bought out? If so, by how much? And try to see if we can bring some kind of justice there. Because it cannot be that the state provides money, then a few years later we go to the project has been sold, it's under a new ownership. What happened to the ownership which the state provided resources for? We can't just leave this matter alone. Then we know that this scheme, this program rather, was shut down. But I want to get a sense from you, leadership, whether any people have been assigned to look after these projects, even as a matter of closure, or we have not done anything. We have accepted that they are done, and no work has been happening. Then there's their policy issue, which I think we must take up. It cannot be that a government cannot enter into a farm. Members of the state, you are members of the state. You are denied access to a farm which was bought, by the way, by the same government. So we need to find a solution to this. It cannot be that workers of the state can be denied access because they claim it's private property. So it's a matter that we need to, I suppose, deal with, to empower state functionaries to be able to do the work that they must do. Thank you, Chair.
The last taker would be Honorable Mkhaga.
Thanks, Chair. I don't intend to rehash what honorable members have raised here. I think the Uzalo should be our base document. Was a document that was commissioned then. Surely it's going to be our base document where we're going to understand exactly the origin of these particular projects. But I don't see that document among these documents here. Maybe department must tell us. Or that I'm raising this question deliberately so that it should be our base document, because no one has got the memory of what happened from the beginning. The second issue is in relation to the agreements. When this whole notion of equity equity schemes was conceptualized, surely there were agreements that were reached that binds everybody who became part of these particular projects. Maybe department must expose us to such, so that we are directed in dealing with this question. Some farms were sold. In fact, the very project was nullified through what happened or developments that took place beyond that particular stage. In government, whether you were not employed or you are new in office, the philosophy of government is that the office is still there. The office is still there. I hear what the chief director is saying. Whether you were not there or you are new, but the office is still there. This department is still existing. Not failing to understand, of course, the developments. There are old officials in the department, in national departments, who are about to retire now. Very old officials in the department. And I'm trying to relate what I understand, because I know that there are old, very old officials that we are interfacing on a daily basis with, that were about to retire now, who were there during those times, national department. And this is not a provincial project. So I must need to be to understand exactly this. The last one is in relation to the foreign ownership, and I know that is an item on the table that we debated as a committee. The implications and the problems around the foreign ownership. There's a owner. One of the owners is a Belgian. Now, owning land in this area. Maybe it's a matter for another day to discuss it as to exactly how then do we deal with such problems. Because it's directly affected or indirectly affected by this particular project. It's clear, Chair, that we're in a mission here to sort of investigate what happened, so that we may understand exactly, even before we take decision, we may understand exactly the intricacies that were involved in this particular project. But there's no way that you can spend 700 million rand for 88 equity schemes and you say nothing. Whether it's 100 years ago, there's no way that government would be irresponsible on behalf of its citizens to just neglect that kind of. 700 million has been spent on this particular project, and there's no accountability to date. That's it, Mr. Chair.
Well, thank you, Honorable Mkhakha. I think on our part, you have ably summarized our whole interest in the whole thing, in the whole operation of the equity scheme, is that government actually pumped in 700 million rand into these schemes, and there are 88 of them countrywide, and alas, only eight are still in existence. Out of 88, only 8 are still in existence after the government had spent 700 million rand. And that's where our oversight interest is actually going to be focused on. There is a hand there, Cynthia, if you can help me.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, members in the House. Thank you very much for visit our rural areas. Cedarburg, we welcome you here. Honorable Chair, I think the last speaker touched on the point. I think that start by Honorable Member there. She raised a very important thing in the last speaker before he closed, come to a conclusion, he touched on that. He said we can't take decisions before you go deeper in this case, and that is my worries. This equitable share is the same as the COVID. That is a money laundering process in these rural areas. What I pick up, Chair, I is born in this area. I stay in this area. Luckily for me, I sit with the mayor. I sit with the ward councillor. He is in this ward where the activities is happen. He is in the East Ward. What I do, Chair, and I listen to the presentation and I welcome rural development presentation. But I think, Chair, the honourable member touched on that and say we can't listen to the one side. And that is what I will emphasize and say to the same what you say. Go deeper in, because the beneficiaries is here. He's sitting in this room. And he said that is not a true reflection. And I will not differ with the department reports. What I ask the mayor en is ook de hoofdcouncillor on this farm, Hekstravier en Paardekop. I ask him, this thing start? I say, Mayor, where is your report? I hope the standing committee will give the municipality the opportunity to bring his report this day when the standing committee will visit us. And until now, I see that don't happen, that nothing happened. The mayor said he's already, he prepares report, and I look at the report to the mayor. There is a total difference between the report of rural development and the current ward councillor, the municipality, the people stay in the area, the beneficiaries of this area. So I conclude as a chair, there is something wrong because the beneficiaries, he's the people, he suffer for 20 years. And I think that is the money of the state. We can't agree with that, Chair. We are a government which is anti-corrupt. And we believe, our government, we believe you are upper structure. I'm part of the legislature. I learn in local government, our officials, and I said not you, I say our officials is part of people to mislead us, is lawmakers. So please, my plea is today, do the best thing before you take decision. And I thank you, Honorable Chair.
Well, thank you for that input. I'm prompted to ask His Worship the Mayor to also have a bite in the cherry. I have not actually been, but if you could help me give the mic to the Mayor.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, for the opportunity. Good morning to everyone that I didn't meet. The Department of Rural Development, the Standing Committee on Rural Development, very welcome to our area in Cedarburg Municipality. as also the ward councillor for Ward 1. In 2021, when I was elected as the ward councillor of this area in Citrusdal, Ward 1, the farms, one of my key points that I've listed was to go deep into this equity schemes on farms, because I'm on the ground with the people and they are talking to us about how are you as the ward councillor going to help us deal with this issue, which are the equity schemes on the farms. So the municipality had different mayors, different councils this past 5 years, 4 years. So, and they have different priorities. So one of our priorities when we get there here in Cederberg municipality in 2021 was to establish a unit within the municipality called rural development, because we are such a rural area. How can it be that the municipality don't have someone that are dealing with rural areas within the municipality? So we have established the unit, and we have someone in the room here which I want to give a report, because he's the one who are working with this kind of issues every day of his life. So he will be the best one who can give us an inside report on what's going on with the equity schemes on our farms. So not for me, I'm wasting any time anymore. I will then give to my municipal officer, Mr. Johan Muller, to give the report that we, because I was working with him the whole time on this thing, that we was on the farms, we talking to the people, we sitting late nights with our constituency in the farming areas, and I would like him to give us an deep report so that you as the Parliament Committee can understand what the struggles are within our area and also in the Western Cape. And my plea is that this thing must be investigated. And if there's people, I want to say it, if there's people that needs to go to jail, then they must go to jail. This is what is right and what is wrong is wrong. So please, I plead with you to help us and to help not us, me as a community, as a ward councillor, but this guys who are sitting on the farms and asking some questions to the farm owners, and they just refuse to answer it. So please help these guys, not me, these guys, to resolve this problem, because they are farm owners, but they are not treated like farm owners. Thank you. Mr. Yuan.
Thank you, Executive Mayor, Chairperson. Thank you for the opportunity, members of the Portfolio Committee on Land Reform and Rural Development, officials of the Department of Rural Development and Land Reform, representatives from the Cederberg Municipality. Thank you for the opportunity. I just want to give a short briefing in terms of such an executive summary on the extra fee project to this house. I would like to say that the project involved approximately 150 workers who collectively held a 70% interest in the farm, while Chairperson Citrus held 30% in the farming enterprise. From the outset, the project began with a financial deficit of approximately 1.2 million, placing the beneficiaries in a vulnerable financial position. In 2013, the financial collapse of Chairperson Citrus resulted in a restructuring arrangement in which Chairperson Citrus shareholding was transferred to Maton Citrus. The workers' 70% shareholding was consequently also incorporated into the new structure under Maton Citrus. During the process, beneficiaries were informed that their debt had increased to approximately 3.3 million, which they were expected to repay within a period of 4 years. Despite being majority shareholders, the beneficiaries did not receive dividends between 2006 and 2018, and were later presented with financial obligations they could not reasonably sustain. The restructuring proposal further required 2 million in capital contributions from both the beneficiaries and the farming operation in 2018. The beneficiaries were unable to meet this financial requirement. As a result, the beneficiaries were compelled to relinquish their stake in the land reform project. They received a once-off payment of approximately 65,000 per beneficiary without an independent evaluation process conducted on their behalf. The beneficiaries believe that the process may have been unfair and potentially prejudicial to their interest, and they therefore request a formal investigation into the governance, financial management, and decision-making processes surrounding the project. It's just a short summary on the ex-refer component, which means that Chairperson set up a meeting from the district office with the ex-refer citrus and also the owners of Maton Citrus. And the meeting took place on Wednesday at 12 o'clock at Braakfontein. Chairperson also informed ex-refer citrus that there's going to be a visit on Friday morning from the portfolio committee to ex-refer. They was all informed up front. Unfortunately, Chairperson was not there on Wednesday. And all of a sudden, we heard the news now that they decided that the portfolio committee can't come to the farm of weeds on Wednesday. And before Wednesday, there was no problem for them because Chairperson also arranged with the owner of ex-refer to set time aside for the portfolio committee to meet them and also the beneficiaries of the project. Unfortunately, up until now, I did not know what is went wrong on Wednesday's meeting. But before Wednesday at 12 o'clock, there is an email that can confirm that Chairperson already made that arrangement with the owner of ex-refer. So what transpired out of that meeting, I can't say. In terms of Paardenkop, just an executive summary that pertaining to Paardenkop of, let me just say, the Paardenkop consisted of 31 beneficiaries, starting off way back as 2008, when they registered the project. But this project, it was an application for 158 beneficiaries. Chairperson is the official of the department in our district office in Klein Willem. 31 capital beneficiaries from at the end the Paardenkop project started off in 2008 under the LRED program of the Department of Land Affairs. The project involved the purchase of 270 hectares of agricultural land, the establishment of the Paardenkop Workers Trust, and the allocation of 31 capital beneficiaries for that specific project. The application was initially for 158. But at the end, only 31 has been approved, and the money for the 31 was enough to buy the 2 portions of land, of which the department make a contribution in terms of LRED at that stage of 111,152 rand per beneficiary, per capital beneficiary. When the project concluded and it was finalized, it became evident that the people was working for Paardekoop boerdery. So there wasn't ample time for them to work on their own land, of which they went into a joint venture in terms of the management component of the farm, which means that the management, the 31 was still the capital beneficiaries, 100% ownership of the land, but the joint venture was approximately determined for between 2008 and 2018 for 10 years in order to provide mentorship to the people, upskill the people, in order after 10 years for the people to take charge of their own land and to run their own affairs on that land. But subsequently, problems start to arise on the farm. Capital beneficiaries have not been able to exercise their voting rights pertaining to the election of trustees. Beneficiaries has been excluded from meaningful decision-making processes. The other problems that started, no financial statements after 2015 have been presented to the capital beneficiaries for several years. No audited reports on agricultural production and profits have been shared with the 31 capital beneficiaries. And some capital beneficiaries from the start haven't received any dividends up until now. The farm owner, with his influence, rather ensures that some of the people that didn't, that haven't fall into the 31 capital beneficiaries, it's a lot of them. Out of the 158, it's almost, I think, how much? My savers is a beetje uit nou. Yes, savers is geen sweebrand. Yeah, well, nevertheless, they name those people as income beneficiaries. So now at the end of the day, the income beneficiaries is receiving money, dividends on a yearly basis, without some of the capital beneficiaries, the owners of the land, received something, which means that when people enter states of retirement, it is then the end of them receiving benefits on the farm. If the people leave Paardekoop boerdery, it will be the end of the dividends on the farm. When people got disabled, like one woman there, see, it is the end of our dividends on the farm. So that creates a little bit of unfairness. The trust have been changed few or several times without the permission of the capital beneficiaries and without them having any AGM to make such decisions. I'm of the opinion that the members of that committee, or the members of that, the capital beneficiaries, will officially today do their own submission to this house in order for the house to aware themselves pertaining to the issues that transpired out of that project that they are still in. The project is running smoothly, but the capital beneficiaries most of them has been excluded, been sidelined, and the trust consists now of income beneficiaries. That is not the capital beneficiaries on the farm, because they also changed the trust deeds, of this project. So it raises serious concerns that needs to be looked upon in order for these people to reclaim their rightful land rights pertaining to that project. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Yuan. Thank you.
Well, I know that our people actually have a lot to say. They want to say a lot and use this opportunity to do so. In fact, I have no problem with that. That is precisely why we are here. However, we will be visiting the specific projects. And I think that's where you will have a lot of time to tell us about the specific issues relevant to that specific project. For now, we had wanted the department just to give us an overview of where we are insofar as farm workers' equity schemes in the Western Cape are concerned. So on that note, I just want us to stop here and then begin to go to the specific, projects, because I also am itching to engage with the farm workers themselves. I want to hear what they have to say about their plight, about their projects, and what really happened. That is why we are here. We are on a fact-finding mission. We want to get all the facts about the goings on in the equity schemes so that we can actually ultimately make an informed decision about what the course of action should be. When this whole thing was conceived, it was actually to address the inequalities that existed, and also to address the injustices, and also to integrate our people into the economic activities of these areas. Now, it's actually disappointing to hear that you have systematically been, excluded, marginalized, and actually literally kicked out of this process, despite the fact that the government actually had spent 700 million rand on your behalf to be part of the ownership of the economy of this area. On that note, I will hand back to the Chief Director to tell us exactly where to from here. Where are we going from here?
Thank you, Chair. We, just to outline, we will be visiting the two projects. I think what we were mentioning about Hex Refir and how it was bought out and all that was not to say there are no issues there, but we needed just to highlight that there could be challenges. The second part, we will be driving to Parte Koop, and then from Parte Koop we'll go to Hex Refir. And the beneficiaries, there is a two-song center venue that is just down the road that we will return to. The hope is that at around 2, the field exercise on the actual farms would have been concluded, and then the community or the beneficiaries of these schemes, they will be there to speak for themselves at the venue, at the two-song center. And I think the program there, Honorable Chair and members, is scheduled to start at 2 until 5:30 to afford everybody. It's a bit of a distance. From our side, we will just maybe see if there could be a lead vehicle that is to be followed. And I think in our office, there's a colleague by the name of Andre Boysen, who is a senior manager responsible for this district. So we will just make it a point that his vehicle is on the lead, so that we just go straight to Parte Koop. From Parte Koop, we go to Hex Refir, and then from there will be lunch here for the members. There will be also lunch at the hall, but by 2 o'clock, Chair, then the engagement with the people will take place. Thank you very much.
Thank you. There you are. The meeting here is adjourned. Then we will then proceed to our next venue. Thank you for this organization. Thank you very much. act with the trustees and the co-owners of. We are here because there was a petition which was submitted to us from the people here with a whole list of concerns and grievances about the operations of the equity schemes. So we are here to listen and to find out exactly what the grievances are all about and where they come from. And then once we have heard all of you, we will then go back and begin to discuss what we have heard from you and then decide on the way forward as to what needs to happen to resolve and address those grievances. I would like to introduce members of this committee. As I have already introduced myself as Albert, Chairperson of the committee. On my immediate left is Honorable Member Mrs. Adams. Sylvia, Honorable Sylvia Isaac. It's Honorable Member Dalane. Honorable Member Van Beek. Honorable Member Mkhaga. The Honorable Member of the Provincial Legislature, Confer, if I'm not mistaken. Comfort, yes. On my right is Honorable Maseko. Honorable Member Mr. Mkritama. Honorable Member Tetwa. The local councillor and mayor as well. I heard that he is also councillor of Ward 1. So this is Ward 1. Yes, he's the local councillor. We have our support staff from Parliament. I have Dr. Manenza next to me. There will be Mr. Loazi Ben, whoever is seated, okay, our committee secretary. And then there is Tembi, our researcher, and Cynthia, our assistant secretary. Is that Iman Vatek?
Chairperson, the municipality officer is he can speak 6 languages, can translate 6 languages.
Okay. We will listen when we do.
Is Zulu included in that language?
Because the chairperson is Zulu speaking. But he love Africans.
Okay. All right. How we are going to conduct this meeting is that, again, we are going to ask the Chief Director to now present us with the specific information about the activities of this particular project, and then after which we will then get the local people or the manager or whoever is actually running this project on a daily basis to tell us what exactly is going on here. Then we will then discuss. If there are any issues, then you will raise the issues. We are going to listen, and at some point I will allow members of Parliament to actually begin to interrogate the information that you would have actually given us.
And also, before the committee bekend is van hulle bekend is stel dan net 'n proses gesit het oor hoe die prosesse kan verloop. Is waar iemand 'n inleiding sal gee oor die situasie van vandag of die kwessie van vandag. Julle gaan tyd genoegsaam kry om julle insette of vrae te maak en die parlementslede gaan dan uitbrei en hulle insette gee of hulle repliek gee op verskeie aangeleenthede. Dankie. Te stel en die ander geleedere wat dan daar volgende sal volg. Lede van die portfolio komitee.
I will try and just do two quick things, Chair.
Twee goedjies, voorsitter.
Yes. I will just introduce the officials of the department that are here.
Ek gaan net die beamptes van die departement bekendstel wat hier is.
I'll start with our DDG, Provincial Operations. Let's see where it comes. We've got our senior managers responsible for the district, West Coast.
Ons het senior bestuurders van die distrik in die Weskus.
Mr. Andre Boysen.
Can you introduce yourself also? Yes, please.
I'll introduce myself, Honorable Member. My name is Nyameko. My surname is Mkoke. I am the Acting Chief Director for the Provincial Office of the Department.
Sy naam is Nyameko Mkoke en is die waarnemende Chief Director vir die departement.
Yes.
In die provinsie.
Yes. Another senior manager I would introduce is Ms. K. September, who is responsible for the properties that are registered in the department. I'm looking for Dr. Mbekeni, who is responsible for, Dr. Mbekeni, who is responsible for strategic land acquisition. I'm just looking for Mr. Mbona, Mbona, who is responsible, is heading land development support in the Western Cape. I don't want to take a lot of time doing the introductions. I think that's what one can do, Chair. And we have here Partekloof Farm. Partekop, yes, sorry. Partekop Farm. The main production here is rooibos. And I think on our way here, we saw people harvesting on the side of the road. It's part and parcel of the process here.
Die hoofproduksie op hierdie plaas Partekop is rooibos, soos wat ons gesien het met ons aankoms op hierdie plaas.
Yes. This farm has got beneficiaries, trustees, and I think in the meeting it was mentioned, there are trustees, but this land is leased. And that is why there's the gentleman here, Mr. Harman, who is managing the production, because as private farmers, they have leased the farm from the trustees here that are going to be talking to the committee, Chair.
Tussen ons is trustees wat hier is, maar net vir kennisname is dat hierdie grond
The engagement, Chair, that Parliament has requested from the department is to come to the project to see who are the beneficiaries and who are the partners.
Die hoofdoel, voorsitter, is vir die komitee om te kom te sien dat wie is die trustees wat hulle doen hier op die plaas.
The trustees are here. The lease, the one who leases the land on the trust is also here to then speak to the portfolio committee as requested, Chair.
Die trustees is hier, voorsitter, so ook die een wat die grond beheer om dan nou insette te maak na u toe, voorsitter.
Lastly, I don't want to go back. I think there are some issues that were communicated at the briefing. And I think this is the right time for that communication to take place and not for necessarily us to speak as a department. But there is a gentleman over there who is also the member, the committee of the trustees. So I think in that they will, thank you.
Thank you. Can we have the chairperson of the trustees, if he or she is here, to? Okay, he can come and introduce himself and his trustees. He can also briefly tell us exactly what's going on.
Goedemiddag allemaal, goedemiddag portefeuille committee. Voor ons als trustees en als trusteesleden van Paardenkop, ons is baie blij voor die geleentheid wat ons kan leren en kan voeren vat naar onze gemeenschap wat deel is van die trustees. Van die trustforum wat gevormd is in 2018 denk ik. Ach.
We are very happy for this opportunity for us to have you here as the portfolio committee and for us to learn and hear and you hear from us of this committee or trust, the trust that was established in 2008.
Van mijn kant af heb ik een trustee, ons is het trustees gekies.
We're elected as trustees.
Bij een algemene jaarvergadering waar aandeelhouders en mensen werkzaam in Paardenkopvruchten het voor ons die trusteesleden gekies.
At the AGM where shareholders elected us as trustees.
En de reden waarom ons vandaag hier bij elkaar komen, daar was kapitaalbeginsels er geweest.
The reason why we are here, they were capital beneficiaries.
Maar bij van die kapitaalbeginsels, zoals hulle nou hier zo zit, is niet meer werkzaam in Paardenkopvruchten nie.
And many of the capital beneficiaries that are here are no longer working for Paardenkop fruits.
En die trustees, het baie van hulle wat nie meer werksaam is nie, was deel van die besluitnemings wat daar geneem gewees het rondom as jy die plaas verlaat, dan het jy nie meer gesê of aandeel in die skema nie.
And the trustees that are here, or they were gone, they were part of the decisions that were taken that if you're no longer on the farm, you are no longer part of the trust.
En baie van die bejaardes wat vandag hier sit, kry dividend in elke Desember vakansies, voor Desember maand.
Many of the elders that are here are getting dividends every December.
En namens ons ek het 'n ondervoorsitter wat by my is en die kassier wat die notulen hou, waarna toe alle uitbetalings gaan in Desember wanneer dividende uitgedeel raak.
I have my deputy keeps minutes of the expenses or the money paid out to the dividends paid out to the trustees, December months.
En dit is vir die eerste keer in 18 of 15 jaar wat so 'n proses nou ontstaan kom vandag hierso.
It's the first time in 18 years that we have a process like this.
Van ons trustees se kant af en werkers in Paardekoprugte sien ons nie dat dit 'n probleem is dat jy nie meer werksaam is op Paardekoppie en bly wat jy moet deel hê aan 'n dividendie.
As the current trustees that are here, we don't see a problem if you no longer live here or work here, that you're not part of the trustee. Kan ek net verstaan? Hulle wat nie meer werk nie, hulle sien nie 'n probleem dat hulle nie deel is van die trustee.
Ja. Die bejaardes, dis 'n tradisie wat vir my as plaaswerker moet voortlewe. Wanneer ek die dag is hier my kind werk in die boerdery, dan moet ek nog steeds met dividend kry as 'n bejaarde. Maar die tradisie moet voortleef. Dis 'n familieproduk wat van die staat afkom vir ons as plaaswerkers wat permanent in Paardekoprugte gaan werk tot wanneer die dag loop aftree.
I think it's a tradition that I think that must live on, where my children will also benefit. When I go older, they will also benefit from this dividends till the time I no longer work for the farm.
Ons weet, ons kan nie 158 mense 'n dividend gekry het van die staat. Toen moes daar 31 mense se name gekies geword het.
We know that we couldn't elect 158 beneficiaries to benefit from the state, and hence the decision of the 31 beneficiaries that benefited or are now part of the trustees.
En van ons, van my kant af, as ons in daardie stadium geweet het waarna toe dit gaan lei, dan het ons geweet met wie en met wat gaan ons dit doen wees in die toekoms.
If we knew back then what we know now, maybe we would have been more informed and ready for the future.
Volgens die rooibestuur wat ons kweek, die maak we 5 jaar maak die geld. En na 5 jaar maak die nie meer geld nie.
The production that we're working with is rooibos, and for 5 years we make money, and the next 5 years no production, no money.
En as julle sien soos die landbousektor nou aangaan, almal reg oor die land, tot binne Bredasdorp, plekke by Lammersbaai, Saldanha waar jy langskom, plant die mense rooibos. En rooibos se prys is up and down.
Wherever there's a rooibos production, Lambertsbaai, Bredasdorp, wherever, we know that the price for rooibos varies, it's up and down.
Maar van ons kant af, wanneer ons die dividende uitbetaal op Desember maand, is dat daar altyd geld op die tafel om vir ons mense 'n dividend te betaal en ons ou mense om almal gelukkig te hou deur die Kersseisoen. En die Kersseisoen is Desember maand, is dit 'n baie duur maand om so te sê, die fasiliteite van jy wil jou kinders uitvat, maar dan in die eerste week van Desember kry die ou mense 'n toelaag. En die toelaag is binne die eerste week op. Dan kom hierdie dividend in by die 20ste. So Kersfees, dan het jy 'n dividend.
So throughout everything that I said, what is good for us is at the end of the year, at December, everybody gets their dividends, and you know the elderly gets a grant in the beginning of December, and there's no money, but at the 20th of December they will get money, and they're all happy they can buy stuff for their children.
Van my kant af, ek gaan nou klaar maak.
Almost done.
2 of 3 persone wat die plaas vrywillig verlaat het. Het baie van ons ou mense, die mense ingetrek, hulle moet op een taal praat rondom hierdie dividende.
2 or 3 people that left the farm lobbied, if I can put it like that, the elderly to speak a specific language about this matter.
En van my kant as voorsitter, as die trusteelede, ons is baie tevrede met die doen en late, hoe ons die proses hanteer rondom dividende uitbetaling, geld wat ingekom het van Rooibos, munisipale rekenings wat gebetaal raak, alles is op datum en ons is goed ingelig rondom alles wat hier te doen gaan met die paardenkopwerkers Niemers Trust.
And from my side, as the chairperson, I'm very happy the way things are going, paying out of the dividends, the money that comes out from Rooibos that is shared. We're happy. I'm happy as the chairperson with the process and how things are done.
Van my kant baie dankie wat almal gehoor het en geluister het en wat ons kan meer leef as trusteelede in die toekoms, hoe moet ons te werk gaan aan die landbousektor. Ek gaan een van my trusteelede ook 'n geleentheid gee om te praat en dan is die van die aandeelhouers wat werksaam is in paardenkopvrugte wat ook miskien dalk iets gaan sê namens die trust.
Thank you, Chair. I'll give over to the deputy and one of the other members that want to say something about the trust.
Good morning. I'm Gatu Daures. Ek is Gatu Daures, ondervoorsitter van die trust.
She's Gertrude, the deputy chairperson of the trust.
Ek wil net so 'n klein uitbreiding gee rondom ons trust.
I just want to expand more, elaborate more on the trust.
Dat is soos 'n voorsitter gesê het aan van die dividend wat ons elke jaar uitgee en dit was van die begin af, 2008 af, was dit so vasgestel dat ons elke jaar 'n dividend gaan uitbetaal.
I just want to agree with my chairperson in terms of the paying out of the dividends. It was a decision taken in 2008 that the dividends will be paid every year.
En die grond wat ons huidelik besit as paardenkopwerknemers trust was te klein vir 158 mense soos die chairman gesê het om aansoek te doen vir die grond. En dit is hoekom hulle die 31 mense uitgekies was om grond te verkry. Maar ons almal het saamgestem. Ons almal as 31 het saamgestem dat ons die hele 58 gaan dra. Elke jaar. So ons het elke jaar het ons dividend uitgedeel en almal was tevrede dat dit so gedoen moet word.
We're very happy, but I just want to explain the land were too small for the application for 158 people. Hence the decision for 31 people. So that 31 people then took a decision to accommodate the bigger group in terms of the payout of the dividends.
Yes. En baie van huidelik is daar was bestel die klousule as iemand my net kan regel. Dat is mos die trustakte wat deur die trustee se voorsitter en prokureur en iemand van landbou opgestel word as ek reg is. Nou, daar in 2008 was er 'n vice-voorsitter wat nog werksaam is op die plaasie. Hy het saamgestem dat ons die 31 die hele community gaan dra. En die dag as jy nie meer werksaam is nie, as jy uit jou eie uit gaan loop van paardenkop af, dan gaan jy nie meer 'n dividend kry nie. En dan
In the beginning, there was some legal document articles where there's a clause. She's not quite sure of what the clause is saying, but what she's saying is in that clause, the chairperson or the former chairperson agreed with everybody that the dividends will be shared amongst everyone, and the decision that was taken that if you're no longer working on the farm or you leave the farm for whatever reason, you will no longer receive dividends.
yes. En ons het allemaal saamgestem die huidige, die verlede, se 2008 se ondervoorzitter, hy het ook dat ons allemaal het geparafeer op daardie documenten, dat ons gaan die hele trust dra, die hele trust dra.
Some other office bearer, somewhere in last year, they paraphrased on this legal document that states that the 31 trustees will carry the 158 people.
En dan wil ik ook nog bijvoegen, toen ons 2008 begonnen, het ons elke jaar dividend betaald en ons het gekeken naar opleidings en zulke type goed het ons naar gekeken. Maar dit was ook die huidige voorzitter gesê dat ons moet naar kijken. En nou tot de daartoe en met daartoe werk onze programma zoals die voorzitter gesê het, laat ons uit. En dan komt het zo, als die dokter wil ziek verklaar. En dat kan niet meer werken. Als we een proef krijgen dat het geld van die dokter afkomt, krijgen we nog steeds diezelfde maandelijkse dividend. En ons ook mensen zoals Chairman gezegd, krijgen elke jaar een dividend.
Everybody gets their dividends every year, she says, and if it so happens, and it was agreed by all, if it so happens that you become disabled or incapacitated and there's a medical certificate to prove that that particular beneficiary will still get the dividend.
Thank you. Dit is all from my side.
Thank you. I was hoping that the trustees will actually get into the issues of the operations of their work here, and so that we can begin to engage. I'm not sure whether they're ready to do that. Just give us
Gehoop dat die trustees 'n bietjie meer detail gaan gee in hulle operations en hulle bedrywighede om meer sens te kry van wat gebeur, hoe dit gebeur, hoe hulle moet doen.
Okay. Is she going to help us in that?
I think I do understand what you're trying to say. Goeiemôre almal. Ek is Margrieta Apollos. Ek is die sekretaresse van die Werkerstrust.
Good morning, I'm Margrieta Apollos, the secretary of the trust.
Ja, mense, die is 'n ewige saak.
This is a deep matter.
Dit is 'n baie diep saak. En ek as trustee lid is
As trustee,
dis my eerste keer wat ek met so iets te doen het.
the first time that I met with such a thing.
So ek dink ons moet vandag moet ons vat, ons moet leer en ons moet mekaar help.
Let's take today as a learning curve and help each other.
So ek was in 2008 as een van die trusteelede, ons begin het met hierdie program.
I'm I'm one of the first trustees elected in 2008, starting with this program.
And somewhere along the line, I resigned because I felt like they are younger people, they can stood in for us. Because when you get older, you must release, you must relax.
En iewers het sy besluit om af te staan of te bedank om 'n bietjie die jonger generasie kans te gee.
But I was re-elected again, 2015 I think.
Ek was weer herverkies in 2015.
Weer as secretaresse.
Again as secretary.
So somewhere along the line, for me it meant like I'm doing something right. That's why I was re-elected again.
So for me it meant that I was doing something right. That's why people re-elected me.
So from my side, today I'm open to learn and to find solutions on how to address this matter that are currently hanging above us.
Ek hoop ons kan leer sodat ons 'n oplossing kan kry oor hierdie ding wat hier oor ons hang.
That's a done with.
I think there was a ek glo daar was 'n klag ingedien. So that's what I'm talking about, man. So as I said before, for me it's a new thing. I haven't dealt with anything like that before. So that's why I'm saying today we must learn and we must find options, solutions, how to go forward with this.
I presume there were a complaint submitted. That's why we are here. That's why I'm saying let's tackle it on and learn from here.
Does that answer your question a little bit? Not yet.
Kan ons explain? Kan ons verduidelik?
I take it that you are
Kan ons verduidelik?
you are introducing the matter and
die ding is wat gaan luister meisie. Wat ons wil weet is wat gaan huidiglik op die plaas aan? Is daar enige produksie en of wat gaan aan? Dit is die dinge wat ons wil weet. Ons worry nie met hierdie stories nie. Ons is nie hier vir die kekel stories nie. Ons is hier vir die was mis aanvanklik 'n equity scheme. So wat is die model wat nou aan die gang is? Wat doen die trust? Wat is die opbrengs? Wat gaan aan? Laat ons 'n bietjie verstaan. Ons sien daar staan iewers iemand wat hier, wat maak die huurder hier? So wat gaan aan? Dis wat ons wil weet.
Can I give the mic over to Mr. Peterson? Because he will guide you more into it.
Okay. Is hy die werkgewer of? Hy is die huurder.
Okay, so in short, I'm responsible for Parliamentary side to link the two between Parliamentary Farm and Parliamentary Trust.
Ek is verantwoordelik vir die verhuur, maar ek link twee gedeeltes, Parliamentary Plaas sowel as die trust.
So basically, Parliamentary Vlugter, they rent the Rooibos tea land from the workers'
trust.
Parliamentary Vlugter hier grond vanaf die tee van die Rooibos Trust, grond op tee.
Hulle planteer op daai grond.
So there is a link between the farm and the trust. So basically what we do is we produce it, we farm it, and then we do a profit sharing with the Werknemers Trust.
Ons bewerk die grond, ons produseer en dan doen ons profit verdeling met die Werknemers Trust.
Yes, so that was a pre-arrangement. Then, so that's in short how the trust is being funded. So we sell it, we pay them out the amount that's due to them, and then we actually just go forth and they do their dividend shares within the trust.
Dis maar hoe dit werk, hulle koop dit aan, verkoop dit en dan gee die gedeelte wat die werknemers toekom, dis maar hoe dit werk.
Yes. So I'm open
Wat
for
is
any
die
questions. questions. Oh, so you want to, okay, so the presentation is, it's 80%, let's go to them, and then 20% to cover the cost that we initially have to. And the,
Die persentasie is 80% na die werknemers en 20% na die huurders vir hulle eie onkoste.
is there any more questions? Yeah, so they get 80% profit, the workers' trust gets 80% profit, and then the 20% comes to the farm, just to fund the farming and the, you know, the operational cost.
The operational cost.
Yes.
Operational cost.
Yes.
So die het net gevra om sekerheid te kry, as dit 80% wat jy van praat en die antwoord was ja, hulle gee 80% aan die werknemers en hulle neem 20% vir hulle eie operasionele kostes.
Dit is nou nadat die productiekosten afgetrek is.
So for us, it's a very well-funded and a well-developed structure. And I think it's a really great model because we're really proud of how we empower the communities even through with the profit that we get from the tea that we sell. We fund creches and after-school care for high school kids to do their homework.
So ek dink is 'n baie goeie model wat hulle het in dit werk vir hulle. En natuurlik van 'n gedeelte van hulle profit hulle bemagtig natuurlik die mense en dan sê hulle dat hulle fund fonds kleuterskole en so aan en so.
Na skool, ja.
Yeah, so just back to the creches, we provide food, education, and so it's actually, well, for me, it's a very it's a structure that we can be very proud of, and also something that we can really benefit, and the community can benefit from this trust.
Ja, dis 'n goeie model en ek dink dat almal kan daardie benefit in die gemeenskap kan ook daarmee.
Chairperson van Wyk want to ask.
Sorry, Chairperson.
Okay. Let's be structured. Now, there's one thing that I want to assure you of is that everyone here who wants to speak you will speak. You will get the chance to speak. But I just want us to pursue this meeting in a structured way. He was still on the floor giving us a report on the operation part of the project. So I will allow members to actually ask, clarity-seeking questions before we begin to discuss.
Chairperson, just a question from my side as the interpreter. Will there be someone to relieve me? Because simultaneous interpretation is quite
very taxing.
challenge. And the content is new to me. So if there will be someone to relieve me from time to time.
So Vice Andres? Andre?
You must assist him.
You can come in to assist.
There are two separate groupings of beneficiaries or shareholders.
Okay, I'm aware of that. Yeah, I'm aware of that. Okay. Okay, Honorable Adams, I'll give 2 minutes each member to ask clarity-seeking questions.
Dankie, Chairperson, en goeiemiddag weer eens vir die wat agterna aangesluit het.
Thank you, Chairperson, and hello to those that came a little bit late.
Chairperson, my vraag is aan die trustees, die Chairperson en die Deputy Chairperson en die Secretary het gepraat nou hierso. So wat ek wil verstaan is dat die trustees is ook werkers op Paardekop.
Ja.
Dan is my volgende vraag.
The question that she just wants to ask the Chairperson, Deputy Chairperson, and Secretary, the trustees, are they also workers on the farm?
En dan ook wat ek by wil vra, as hulle werkers is, behalwe die 80% wat hulle ontvang, of hulle salaris ontvang vir die werk wat hulle doen op die plaas.
Over and above the money that they get from the 80%
Dividend.
as workers, do they also get paid as ordinary workers of the farm?
Okay, en dan was daar ook genoemd, Chairperson, dat daar is mensen, zoals die vorige voorzitter en nog ander, wat weg is van die plaats af. So ek wil weet, bly hulle totaal nie meer hierdie, maar hulle vind baat uit dit, die opbrengs wat die tee bring.
I just want to understand the former members or trustee members that no longer reside on the farm, are they still getting their benefits, or is that the question?
Yes.
Or not?
Thank you, Chair.
Are you going to respond?
Where's the chair? Daar is die chair. So
Dank u, Chairperson, de heer President. Ik kreeg salaris bij een paar vruchten. Ik kreeg niet een salaris als een trustee bij de werker van de trustee.
Voorzitter, dan wordt bevestigd dat hulle ontvangen salaris, maar hulle kry nie 'n stipend.
No, that should be English now.
So what they anyway William. Works with your mind. Chairperson, the chairperson of the trust confirms that they do receive a salary as workers on the farm. However, they don't receive a stipend as trustees, or they don't, as trustees, they don't receive a salary. Thank you, sir.
So members of the trustees, the board of trustees, they don't get a salary. Is that what you are saying?
They only receive a salary as workers.
As workers, but no stipend as trustees.
No.
So they are volunteers.
The trustees.
As members of the trust.
Chairperson, they were elected as trustees according to the chairperson.
But that was Anil Fry's. The questions that you asked were more than just two.
Ja, die andere vraag was geweest van die vorige werkers wat die gewerkt het, of hulle nog hier bly of het hulle getrek. Hulle is nie meer deel van die...
It's all a benefit ook nie meer.
Die vorige werkers is net twee, wat nie meer deel en werk hier op aardappel. Die rest wat hier zo zit, is afgetreden, wat deel is van die proces hier op aardappel, maar is twee personen wat niet meer werkzaam is op aardappel.
Chairperson, two members from the 158, because there were 158, they are no longer here and they don't receive a salary or a benefit from the trust.
Okay.
The rest of them, they all do receive still the dividend at the end of the year.
Okay, thank you. Honorable Isaac.
Ek dink ek het duidelikheid. My ding was rondom die kwessie van 158 of 31. Daar was 'n bietjie discrepancy, maar die getal en ek wil ook geweet het wat is die huidige model. Chairperson, the thing that I don't understand yet is the issue of what is this model now? Because it doesn't look like a farm equity, it looked more like the same issue that we had under CPAs or trust or what. It seemed as if this is a restitution case. It leads more to restitution than to an equity scheme. That's what is, that is a confusion for me. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks. Can the trustee clarify what is the difference between the capital and income beneficiaries, especially when it relates to sharing of individuals, dividends, and how much is this fee paid to the trustees? Is it annually? And also, can you outline the skills transfer agreement? What are some of the heights and achievement of the skills transfer agreement?
Chairperson, the question that was raised, dat ik net in Afrikaans had. De vraag wat gereisd is, wat is het verschil tussen die 31 kapitaalbeginsels en die rest? En ook natuurlijk, dat is een vorige vraag geweest, of hoe we op die plaats doen, misschien net duidelijkheid over die plaats, waar die mensen wonen. En dan wat was die skills, wat jullie opgedoen het, die opleiding wat jullie over jaren opgedoen het, wat is het hoe jullie bemachtigd is in termen van dat? Als je het kan uitbreiden op, zodat die voorzitter
Die verschil tussen die 31, ons en die verschil tussen die 58. Baie van die 31 het dieselfde inisiatief geneem om rondom aanspraak te maak vir 'n dividend as deel van die 31. Baie van hulle was maar voorgesê, want daar is geld betrokke. In die rest van die 31, die werkers op Paardenkop, voel die project moet as een wees. Alle inkomstenbeginsels van Paardenkop vrugte moet deel hê uit hierdie proses. Jong mense kom in die boerdery, tweede jaar, derde jaar, dan voel jy die jong mense raad permanent. Maar jy gaan nie 'n dividend kan kry nie. En baie van hulle raak by die 4de jaar en dan neem ons hulle aan, want dit begin raak permanent, wat hy ook 'n deel kan hê uit die 100 uit die dividend uit. Maar ek weet nie hoekom die 31 nou, na alle jare waar ons nie genoegsame opleiding en genoegsame mense ingekry het om vir ons projekte te laat lei van dag 1 af. Maar toe hulle nog gekom op hierdie dag, wat ons nie weet, hulle weet self, hulle was werksaam hier gewees, wat ons nie het nie genoegsame opleiding gehad deur die jare nie. Ons het elke jaar het ons opleiding rondom trekkers op hanteers, hoe om 'n trekker te hanteer. En het opleiding hoe om die rooibostier te sny. So die opleiding begin skerp, raak al skerper onder jong manne hoe om 'n implement te hanteer as dit by grondbewerking kom.
Chairperson, according to the chair of the trust, the 31,000 was the capital beneficiaries. There's no difference between the 31 because every one of the 158, they share in the benefits of the annual dividends. What he also indicated is that as people start working here, they then after 3 years, they then also share in the benefit of the dividend that they are then receiving. So the youth who starts here on the farm, works here, 4 years later, they also then qualifies to be part of to have a right in terms of the dividends that will be distributed.
In terms of training in that, the chairperson confirms that they did receive and they're still receiving training. They know how to harvest the rooibos. They work with the rooibos. They know how to work with the implements or the tractors here on the farm. Any other training? Bookkeeping, nothing. Okay, but skills like bookkeeping and that is not, but they know how to farm. That is the training that they've received over the many years that they are on the farm working here. If I left out any of your questions, Chairperson, my apologies. If there's any question, if can maybe just
Honorable Van Wyk.
Chairperson, thank you, man. Chair Kruger, I think it's just important for me to ask to the trustees and the chairperson and the community at large, do they realize that they are actually under oath now? Person? Weet hulle dat hulle onder eed is? Dis oversight. Weet hulle as hulle onder eed, ja. En dat hulle nie mag ons mislei nie. Hulle mag nie leuns vertel nie. Ja, maar ek is seker van my. Understand it. Okay. Even with the chairperson, he say that, but was the chairperson when he crossed this. He said that die ou mense kry elke Desember $2. Hoeveel is hy $2? Dan op die 19de Desember as ek kry verstaan, dan kom er weer dividende uit. Nee? Hoeveel is dit? Dan die tweede vraag is, die persone wie u verwys wat die plaas verlaat het, nee, is hulle hier, en as hulle hier is, dan sal ek like dat jy moet sê, jy het vir ons gesê dat, hulle sê, hulle verlei die ou mense. Die ou mense praat nou hulle se taal. En ek kan sien by jou liggaamstaal, dat hy is baie frustrated met dit. So ek wil eerst hoor van u af, wat sê hulle, terwyl hulle hier so sit? Want ek het van die ou mense gesien, hulle skit hulle koppe toe hier so sê. So laat ons hoor, wat sê jy, en dan moet ons vir hulle ook 'n kans gee. Dan laastens, waar is die bestuurder? Hoe is hy? Kruger Chairperson, are you willing? Two things. Yeah? One of the ladies have told us that there is a clause in the document that stipulates that once you leave the farm, then you can't come back anymore and work here. Yeah? Yeah, and then the second one is, yeah, can you give us that document? And the last question to you, are you willing to release the financials to us? And if not, why not? Thank you.
People to answer?
Okay, so your first question was the people that left the farm can't come back. I think that was a misinterpretation. I don't think, is that your question? The first question was the people that willingly left the farm can't come back to the farm.
And work here.
Yeah, no, that's not true. So people that resigns, I mean, it's willingly, so it's not forced on them. So yeah, they can reapply for the job again if they wishes to. But it's, I mean, it's up to the management to say, yeah, he was a good worker. We said that he left. He can come back, or maybe he wasn't that good worker. And yeah, so he said there's processes in place for that. Your second question was about the financial statements. Yes, we do release them, but we can't release them without the consent of the trustees, obviously. So the financials and all the trust acts and stuff, we do share with responsible people. We don't want sensitive information to travel around or be wrongfully used because their names could be still on the documents or whatever. So we do act very carefully when we just send through documents or whatever. So we do put in snippets of some of the information and whatever they require. But we're not going to share it. So we will identify a person and say, okay, he's a responsible person. For example, if they are on unions, or we'll send it to a responsible person. He can interpret it and give them feedback. But we can't just share all sensitive information on the ghetto.
Excuse me, Chairperson, can I just come in there? The fact of the matter is, this is Parliament.
Yes. So I will share
I want to make an example with you.
Okay.
On Monday, I attended a case with SEPS where a minor was raped. It's against the law to give anybody that information. But the law requires, for the fact that I'm a parliamentarian, and this is a committee, portfolio committee of Parliament. It's in our right, lawful right. Please release the financials to us, because at the end of the day, we hold the department accountable who actually acquired the land for the trustees. So we're in charge here. We want the financials, please. Thank you. And again, if you form that you can unwork.
So yeah, we will, obviously for you guys, we will give you the financials and the Trust Act. I've already shared the deed, the title deed and the Trust Act to Andre. So we asked, we're very open, but we want the information to be used responsibly. So that's only things we have.
Chairperson, the question was asked to the chairperson, not nobody else. You said it.
Okay, I don't want the dialogue. Okay, Honorable Mkhacha.
No, Chair, without necessarily, without offending some of us, I believe there's a better way of managing this meeting, Chair. I thought, because now I've got many questions myself, and it means we'll never listen to petitioners, because we're here because of the petitioners. The question of trustees and whatever was just to give clarity to ourselves. My interest is on petitioners.
Yeah, we're getting there.
Now, Chair, my proposal would be, let's allow a presentation to be finished. A presenter be allowed to finish a presentation, then come in for clarities after he has presented, that we finish a presentation. Otherwise, we will take long time than expected.
Basically, I thought that the chairperson of the trustees actually has presented. The manager actually presented. Then I asked honorable members to ask clarity-seeking questions on the basis of the reports that we have received from the chair of the trustees and the manager. Because after that, then, because we are aware that there are two groups in this. So we are going then to open the discussion to them. But it must be a structured meeting in that we are addressing the issues that have been raised in the reports. But I know the group also have their own grievances. They are going to raise it here. Yeah. Then the Honorable Marcel.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm not going to take long. because I'm interested to hear from the other groups. But I want to find out, Manager, on the issue of the dividends, you talked about you're sharing the 80-20. And there is an indication there's a rental. So on the ledger, the rental, where do you put it? Is part of the dividends? And how much is the rental? Maybe if you can just, that is a free information that can give to us, and then we can know. And maybe if you can, I know that it will be fluctuating amount per year of the dividends. If in the last 2 years, one member was getting how much from the dividends, which it will give a bit of an indication. And maybe from the department, I mean, the manager, all information they say we might need is free and willing to give. Why was it you were making as if it's difficult to get the information for us to can prepare when we come here? Because we are here in fact-finding for the petition. And you should have gotten all this information so that when we come to engage with the trustees and the beneficiaries, we get a meaningful engagement rather than us have to now wait for the information that you should have gotten. Where did it get not to be such a willing community versus what you were saying to us as if it was not happening? Thank you, Chair.
Yes, thank you. I wonder if the chairperson of the trustee still wants to say something or respond to the questions.
I'm going to respond to that question.
2025 kan ek net op vir 2025 se dividend gaan. Ons het twee groepe. Ons het 'n groot groep wat beteken jy werk 5 jaar en langer. So daardie groep het 2025 2500 per persoon gekry. En dan die ander groep het ons die bejaardes saam met die mense wat 3 jaar op die plaas werk, het ons gegee R1500.
In 2025, we have two groups. The one group is people who worked here for more than 5 years. To that group, we gave R2,500. The other groups are your senior citizens and people who's been working here for 3 years, and they got R1,500 in 2025. And the rental?
All right, okay, so the rent that was for last year was around 220,000 rand, but they received 680,000 last. Yeah, so they initially paid 220,000 rand for the rent, and then the operation cost is 220,000, and then the funds that they received was 680,000 last year. So the 680,000 was divided between all the beneficiaries, and that's, yeah. So that's in short what they've received from us is 680,000.
So we are going to get the financial reports, the annual financial statements, and in fact a comprehensive report that will include the financials. Because, and I would invite the department to please actually get that information for us, because it's not fair that we are not getting that information from the department, which is actually on the ground on a daily basis. Yeah. Now, I wanted you to hear what the management is saying to us, so that if there are gaps in what they are saying, or if they are telling us something that is actually not happening, then you will come in, you know. Okay, Honorable Glitter.
Thank you, Chair. I'm very disturbed by the amounts that are going to the community. We really need to get a good sense of what is the total profits that this business gets, so that we are able to understand why is it 2,000 in a year. I mean, really, guys, this is a joke. 2,000 to a dozen in a year. Yeah, man, that's speerligismos. No, it's an insult, in fact, really. These are owners of land for your business purposes, and they're supposed to be your business partners. And they get 2,000, some of them 1,000 even, 1,500. No, siyadlala, Chair, we are playing games here. If this is the benefit that our people get from projects when they own land, so poverty is going to be going on forever. I am very disturbed by this notion that our people in a year get 2,000 rand. I mean, really, they should have just taken the 3,400,000 and divided amongst themselves, and not have bought the land, because the land is not benefiting our people. So I just wanted to just also ask, what is the level of involvement of the trust in the business itself? Is there any? I mean, for instance, do our people know in that year what is the price of the product which goes to the market, so that they have a sense that you'll say we sold so much of the product, and the market price is the following, and that translates to the 1,500 that you are getting. I want to say to the trust, you need, also I just want to ask, how long is this lease agreement for? 28 years. So you comrades are locked in this slavery for 28 years. This is shocking. This is robbing the people again. This is daylight robbery. You took the money. You are also benefiting from the land. Our people are not benefiting. And I'm shocked that the trustees, the leadership, accept this deal. You are not leading our people appropriately. And how did you come to this long-term lease agreement? No, we need to find ways to end this lease agreement, actually, so that a better deal can be constructed for our people. Chair, I think that we must talk to lawyers as well and so on to find out whether this lease can be done away with and a new deal structured, which will give our people a better chance to benefit from their land. Right now, you are landless people. Lomhlaba is not helping you at all. It's shocking, actually. And it's very agitating and painful that you receive the land, you have the land, but you're not benefiting. Other people are benefiting from it. But your leadership is selling you out. I can't believe that they agreed to that deal of 28 years, and then you're getting so little out of it. No, thank you, Chair.
Honorable Ntetwa, honorable members, most of the time must be given to the people. And let's limit our questions to clarity-seeking questions. And more so, avoid now to get into conclusions before we actually have the real information. We have asked comprehensive reports and also the financials. So we will have to look at that because we need to know the production capacity of the farm itself. Look at the value of the commodity that comes out of there, and look at the market prices, and look at the operations costs, and all of those matters, and then begin to make an informed decision. Honorable Nyambosa, please, let's.
Thanks, Chair, and greetings to our community. I wanted to check, Chair, purchase price, 3,445,712. Who is this one from whom the department purchased from? And I want to check whether is that the same person who is coming back to say is now renting the same place. If it is the same person, what was the point then of selling when tomorrow, not even tomorrow, a few minutes later, you come back again and say, now, can I hire? Is that, so something is wrong, Chair, between the purchasing with so much and the rental. And then the money he's using to pay rent is the same 3 million which is in his pocket. And then you guys are taking this. And then I want to check, when we were purchasing here, were we purchasing land or we were purchasing a running concern, the business? What's the point of someone coming to rent in a land that I own? What was the point of me? Doesn't it look like you guys are still workers? But according to the department, you are owners of this land. And then, so that's where you guys, I don't get it. Then the dividends that you, there was a mention of part the crop fracte and the plus. So it looks like there are two entities when we're speaking here, which is another issue. May I request, Chair, because the department told us that they couldn't get the documentation, can now that the owner or the business manager saying these are obtainable, can they be obtained between us being here? Because the danger is we may not get them or they will be edited just to suit the situation we're talking here. Thank you.
Thank you, honorable members. When we got the briefing this morning, and also when the chief director gave us the briefing about this specific project before we started this meeting, he said this farm is owned by the trustees 100%. But it was leased by the new owners to a strategic partner of some kind. So the land is still owned by the trustees. So there is no question of landlessness here because the land belongs to the people. It is their decision that actually they took and then they leased it out to someone else. So if that was wrong, then we need to discuss with the trustees, and empower them so that they understand the implications of leasing out the land, Okay, now we are, as I had actually said, we are here partly because of the petition. Now, I heard that the petitioners are represented by Mr. Adams. I will give Mr. Adams 5 minutes to actually give us an overview of why the petition. I'm pushing you on time because we are going elsewhere from here.
Yeah, 5 minutes is a lot, so thank you. Also, the second group, we will have time for them? Okay. Goedemorgen allemaal. Ek is van Surplus People Project. Ons werk al klomp jare hier in Cedarburg.
Good morning, everybody. I'm from Surplus Project, and we are working here for many years in this area.
When we, many years ago, saw this farm worker equity schemes and that people weren't benefiting, we took it up, and 3 years ago we took it up again, and with other NGO partners, we investigated, we researched, we came to talk to you, we got all of the information, and then on your mandate, we went to Parliament to ask Parliament in terms of the oversight responsibility to look at a few things. Gaan nie Afrikaans? Nee, ek gaan nog lang praat, so gooi daai stukkie. O, okay. Ek het Engels gepraat, nee? O. So, ons het met u gepraat, met ander in ander areas. Ons het al die stories gevat. Ons het dit bymekaar gesit met 'n paar ander NGO's. En ons het gesê, iets is verkeerd hier. En toe het ons Parlement genader met 'n skrywe om te sê, hulle moet kom ondersoek instel. Want nommer 1, die gees van hierdie equity scheme, the spirit of the equity scheme, we're not seeing die realiteit van dit. Die doel van die equity scheme, daai tyd, ons sien nie die doel werk homself uit nie.
We spoke with you and we listened to your stories and we also listened to other NGOs and then we wrote the problems down and we realized that you are not benefiting.
Goed, so hierdie ding is, ons hoor baie goedjies, but the intention of the equity scheme is, as the honorable member said, that people will have access to land, people will, ek gaan Afrikaans praat, jammer, dat u toegang tot grond het, en dat u baat vind. Want kyk, van tevore was ons afgesit van die land af, so is nie net dat ons moet 'n klein dividend kry soos genoem is nie, maar dat ons eienaarskap het van die grond en van die besigheid. Want dit is bemagtiging.
The problem is that we say that you now have dividends, but the problem is that you must have ownership of this land.
And of the business.
And of the business.
Ja. So, een van die dinge wat ek mee sukkel in hierdie proses is, daar word gesê, u is begunstigdes. In my boek is u nie begunstigdes nie. U is aandeelhouers.
I have a problem here. They are being, they're saying that you are beneficiaries, but my problem is you're not beneficiaries. You are actually having shares in this.
Ons as 'n NGO, ek probeer met ander NGO's, ons moet nie praat van mense as beneficiaries nie, as begunstigdes nie. Ons moet met hulle praat as gemeenskapspartners, community champions.
We should talk to the people, not just that they're beneficiaries, but they are partners, community partners.
Ek gaan nou klaar maak.
I was expecting that you, because it looks like you are now giving them a lecture on their own grievance, which you took and represented to us on their behalf. Now, I was expecting a different approach, to that you would be actually saying to us, these people actually, at our meeting with them, this is what they said I should actually write down in their what is the petition.
Yes.
And so on and so forth. Not actually.
Yeah.
It's a workshop now.
Yes. Thank you. I'll course correct. So, the demands, the cry was for them to realize the benefits of the scheme. And then somehow in this process, with the consultants, with the department, with the agribusiness. This scheme was put into a trust. And in our engagement with them, then in the trust, they became beneficiaries, because that is one of the terms and the structures of a trust. So now they've become known as beneficiaries, and they've lost sight of that they are actually shareholders. Sorry that I was trying to connect with them first, but that is the reality and their cry. And as we've seen demonstrated here by this thing, that they are still at the short end of the stick, and the spirit of the equity scheme has never been realized. And so what they've been asking, because some of these groups were saying, we want to protest, we want to go to the main road, we want to burn tires. And we said to them, you can do that, but let us see this process go out. And in this process, the question number one is, certain people benefit. Can there be a system or a process where it can be investigated so that those are held accountable if there's malfeasance? That is what they asked. But above all of this, they asked for redress. And I'm talking about this group and other groups. The redress means we've lost out on benefits. We've lost out on the spirit of this thing. So those are the two main things. We need redress, and if there's any malfeasance, those people should be held to account. And as an NGO, we said to them, we can come alongside with you, we can write our beautiful reports, we can publish it. But this is not why we're with you. We're with you so that you can get redress, and that if there's malfeasance, people can be held accountable. Jo, dis klomp. As jy nie die ander kant nie. So gaan ek gewoon net vir hulle sê in Afrikaans. Julle verstaan? Okay, dankie. Hulle verstaan. Thank you.
Thank you. I want the department to clarify here, because the last speaker comes across, is actually saying that the trust was, or the scheme was actually then changed into a trust. What are we dealing with here now? Are we dealing with an equity, a farm workers' equity scheme, or are we dealing with a trust? Because these are two different things.
Thank you, Chair and honorable members. There are some few questions that are pointing to the department. And this specific one, I think some of the members have already kind of picked it up that this one is an LRAT program, not necessarily a farm equity scheme. But I do want to invite my colleague, Dr. Mbekeni, to just kind of emphasize, because the work of redistribution is under his division. But I just wanted to clarify that point, Chair. Doc.
Thank you, Chief Director. Thank you very much, Chief Director. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, all protocol observed. To the question that's been asked, Honorable Chair, indeed this is a different kettle of fish, in the sense that it is not an equity scheme. As we understand, an equity scheme was a project within the grant-based land reform, starting with SLAG up to LRAT. In this instance, the landowner sold, or the previous landowner sold the land to a group of his workers, who were about 158 at the time. And the grant of 31 of them was put together so as to make up for the 3.4 million that's before you, Chair, to buy the property. So the property was bought and the land exchanged hands from the previous owner to the black people. What seems to have been a complication, Chair, was that a group of 31 applied for a grant to benefit 158. So the issue actually, as identified correctly by one of the members, is similar to the CPA issue, where our people have their land. Then amongst them, they have got their own dynamics. It is not mine then to say who's correct, who's not incorrect. Their views must be heard, and then they should be entertained. The property we are standing on now does not belong to them. It belongs to the previous owner or the current owner. Theirs, as Chief Director pointed out, is the property on the other side of the road where they were harvesting tea. The workers are working on this farm under the owner, but at the same time, they own their property. Correct, Chairperson, on the other side of the road. So here they are working and earning an income like any other worker. Simultaneously, they own their property on the other side. How they then relate with each other on that property is a Home Affairs issue in their trust. There was a point raised as well with regards to the lessee and the lessor. They are the lessor on the other side. The owner, who is their employer, which brings up the dynamics, is a lessee on their property. The issues around their dividends and the income is an issue that does need to be assisted. And I think Honorable Members pointed out that they do need help. Because on their own, some of their rules are counterproductive. And they also would hurt them. But it is an issue that can be discussed and entertained with them. As I end off, Chair, as CEO of SPP indicated, that in the audience, there are some who are aggrieved about I don't want to use the term we use under CPAs, but the others who are aggrieved about the leadership. Thank you very much, Chair.
So that actually the kind of lucid and clarity that we actually were looking for. Because right now we've been busy looking for a needle in a haystack, also shooting aimlessly when in fact the facts were not put in. So, okay, now I'm ready now to hear the views of the audience here. You will be the last. From, are you all representing all of them? Okay, okay. No, thank you for that. Thank you.
Yes. Goedemiddag allemaal. Ek is Adriaan Pastoor. Ek is die eienaar van daai plus minus 300 hektaar saam met ander 30 kapitaalbeginsels.
I am the owner of 30,000 hectares with other people who is beneficiaries or owners of that farm.
En ek is vandaag hierso as eienaar van die grond. Alhoewel my grond verhuur was,
And
bly
I'm
ek
here today as the owner of that piece of land. Although it was leased, I'm staying there.
so ek is vandaag hierso om eerlik te wees en die waarheid te praat.
I'm here today to be honest and to tell the truth.
Die projek het in 2008 begin waarvan ek deel was beide kapitaalbeginselen en het trusteelid. Waarbij ons R111.152 gekry het as individue om aan die besigheid in te sit.
This project started in 2008 and all of us got R111,152 to invest into this project.
Daai tyd se Paardenkop boerdery het die grond gehuur by Paardenkop Werknemerstrust. Daar was 'n inkomste huurinkomste vir 10 jaar tot en met 2018.
There was a lease agreement for 10 years up to 2018.
Nou, wat ek staan eintlik vandag hier so saam met kapitaalbeginsels wat op 'n manier geberoof is van onze grond.
Today I'm standing here with capital beneficiaries and in a way we were robbed from our land.
Dat is net die jammerte dat ons almal nie die waarheid praat nie.
It's such a shame that not everybody of us, we are telling the truth.
Ek wil dit ook sê dat ons is 'n gemeenskap of althans kapitaalbeginsels wat vanaf 2008 af begin het met die gedagte dat ons gaan ontwikkel. Ons gaan ons eie mense gaan ons uplift. Ons gaan ons eie mense die geleentheid gee om boere te word. En as ek vandag kyk na byna sê van 2008 af na byna 18 jaar staan ons nog altyd net waar ons staan.
We are a community and since 2008 we had this idea of developing our people so that our people can become farmers and landowners and capital beneficiaries. But we're still standing 18 years later where we started.
Ek staan hier as iemand wat in 2015 die plaas verlaat het van die persoonlike redes. Waar 'n klousule binne die vorige trustakte en ek kan die name vir u noem, 'n klousule in die trustakte wat sê indien jy 5 jaar en meer in die trust is en jy gaan weg, dan moet jou geld wat die staat vir jou gegee het, moet uitgebetaal raak.
I left the farm in 2015 because of a clause and that clause said that after 5 years if you leave that farm you must get the money that the government paid.
En skielik toe ek begin navraag doen oor my aandeel, want ek is 'n aandeelhouer, was ek gesê dat ek is 'n kapitaalbeginsel nie. Ek was ook nog nooit op die trust gewees nie.
And when I started to do some inquiries, I was told that I was never a capital beneficiary.
En dit was hartseer.
And it was really saddening.
En vandag staan ek hierso as 'n eienaar van 'n stuk grond, maar ek het niks.
And today I'm standing here as the owner of a piece of land, but in fact I have nothing.
Die rede daarvoor is dat ek mag niks sê nie, want ek is 'n eienaar van die grond.
The reason is that I can't say anything.
Mense is al oorlede wat eienaarskap, kapitaalbeginsel is. En ek het die naam hier by my wat gesterf het, maar 'n naasbestaandes sit met niks.
There's also people who passed away already and they were capital beneficiaries and they were owners, but their descendants have nothing.
Sedert 2008 was ek deel van die trustee en daar was programme gewees. Ons het byvoorbeeld manne se inkomste gehad. Ons het ontwikkeling gehad onder ons mense. Maar er was geen manier dat die plaaswerkers ontwikkel het om sodoende op die einde van die dag plaaseienaars te word nie.
There's some form of development, but the problem is that the farm workers are not being developed. that at the end of the day that they can become farm owners.
In 2008 tot en met 2015 was daar verslae, finansiële verslae, deur daai tyd se werkers trustee aan die mense gegee, daar was vergaderings gehou. Maar vanaf 2018 tot en met vandag kan daar nie gesê raak. Daar's finansiële verslae, daar's vergaderings en die beneficiaries wat saam met my kan stem is vandag hier so by die meeting.
From 2008 to 2015, we received financial reports. But from 2018 up to now, we haven't received any financial reports, and the people here can attest to that.
En die laaste ding wat ek wil sê, voordat ek hierdie indiening van parlementêre toesig versoek aan die voorsitter gaan oorhandig.
And the last thing I want to say before I submit this submission,
is dat dit is vir my hartseer en kommerwekkend dat die voorsitter van die trust is nie 'n kapitaalbegunstigde nie.
it's very sad that the chairperson of this trust is not a capital beneficiary.
So die laaste een, hoe kan iemand wat nie eienaars is oor grond, jou grond bestuur?
Now the last question is, how can a person that's not the owner of that land manage your land and farm?
So hierdie projek is aan die begin af swart bemagtigingsprojek.
This is a very weak project.
Ja, maar intussen waar ek dit vandag om te sê dat hierdie projek het 'n wit bemagtigingsprojek geword en dis hartseer.
I'm going to say it that this project became a white empowerment program, and it's really very sad.
Yes. En nou gaan ek dan nou hierdie versoek indien.
And I'm going to submit this request
aan die voorsitter, geagte voorsitter, ons die ondergetekende kapitaalbegunstigdes.
Honorable Chairperson, whether I decide capital beneficiaries
van Paardekop Werknemers Trust
of Paardekop Werknemers Trust
met die nommer IT 822
with the number IT 822/2008
dien hierdie met respek die aangehegte dokumentasie
submit with the due respect the documentation
by die portefeuljekomitee oor grondhervorming en landelike ontwikkeling vir oorweging en toesig.
to this portfolio committee for consideration.
Die Paardekop herverdelingsprojek is in 2008 onder die Land Distribution for Agriculture Development Oversight program tot stand gebring.
This project was in 2008 put under the Land Distribution for Agricultural Development Program.
Ons is diep bekommerd dat hierdie ontwikkelings die oorspronklike doelwit van die Oversight-program benadeel en die regte van die begunstigdes wat deur hierdie inisiatief bemagtig moes word, kan ondermyn.
We are really saddened that this program that was bought for the capital beneficiaries and, well, they did not get the full ownership of the land, although it was in the property of trust structure.
Chairperson, ek dink ek gaan gedeeltelik het aan die gelees en aan. Yes.
Yeah, I was just advising the gentleman because it's written down already, he doesn't have to go through it.
Okay,
Yeah.
baie dankie.
Got the English copy. Is that African? No. He gave me an English copy. Maybe from the floor, I will allow two to actually agree with him or express a different view if there is a different view, or just to to confirm what he actually has said, because he was speaking on your behalf. There is a hand there, Anakant.
There's a hand there.
Baie dankie.
Thank you very much.
Ik heb gepraat van die vroeger het ek gepraat as trustee. Maar nou wil ek net reageer op dit wat hy gesê het.
I've spoken before as a trustee, and I just want to confirm on what he said.
Baie van die dit wat hy nou gesê het is so, hy beskou ons nou as leenaars, wat nog vandag as werkers van Paardekoop staan.
So he sees us as liars today that stands here in Paardekoop.
En wat hy nou gedoen het is, hy het namens die 31 mense gepraat, waarvan ek een van die 31 is, maar nie saamstem met dit wat hulle nou huidelik wil doen.
So he has spoken on behalf of the 31 people, and I'm one of them, but I do not agree with what he said.
Hy het goed gesê soos, en hy was een van die 31 wat, ekskuus toch, dat ek nou hy en jy, maar hy was meneer Pastoor was een van die 31 wat eerste op die trust gedien het, en wat saam met die besluite was, dat ons die hele 158 betrek. En as hy vandag nog op Paardekoop boerdery gewerk het, sal hy geweet het, dat ek pas, ons is roteer heidelik as trustees. So ons is suppose 5 jaar, ons is vastgemaakt vir 5 jaar, jou termijn strek vir 5 jaar. Nou in my 5 jaar se tyd roteer ons, en ek was vir 2 jaar, was ek die voorsitter gewees. En my vraag aan hom is,
So I'm one of the 31, and Mr. Pastoor was the first chairperson of the trust. And out of the 158 of us, we were on a rotation basis. Every 5 years we rotated. And I served as the chairperson for 2 years.
om iemand te beschuldigen, mijn huidige vraag aan hom is, hoe kan hij zeggen dat ons niet die mensen wat tot sterfte komen, tegemoet komen? Die mensen wat gesterven, wat van die 31 is, daar is nooit een testament getekend dat sê, mijn seun of mijn dochter gaan mijn aandeel verder vatten.
So there are some of those trustees that have died already, and nowhere in their testaments, in their wills, it says that their sons or daughters might inherit this land. Yes, Chair.
En die andere een is, ons as trustees en bemagtigingsmense voel dat daar komt tye dat ons zwaar gaan. Maar ons hebben nog altijd die mensen. En als die mensen in een jaar gesterven het, wat op die groep is, dan wordt er nog een jaar se dividend gebetaald. Dat is niet zoals meneer Pastoor gesê het, die mensen krijgen een dividend en van baat uit die.
It is not like Mr. Pastoor said that the people are receiving dividends. The trustees are struggling to get power, but we are trying to help the people to empower them.
Dankie, dit sal al van besien my.
Goedemiddag, ek is Becky Miller. Good afternoon, I am Becky Miller.
Ek is een van die baase hier.
I am one of the managers here.
Die baas, ja.
Yes, I'm the manager.
Ek het 2021 het ek 'n stroke gehad.
At the age of 21, I had a stroke. In 2021, I had a stroke.
En dit was in Desember maand het ek 2 jaar van die boerdery af net 'n duimrandjie gekry en nooit weer.
And then I got
R1,000.
R1,000 and I never received anything ever again.
Never ever. En ek het teruggegaan na Margriete Apollos toe, daar wat sy sit. Sy kan dit hoor.
And I went back to the Gita Apollos there where she's sitting, she can hear it.
En ek het daar gaan vra, hoekom kry ek nie meer 'n dividende nie?
And I asked her, why do I not receive dividends anymore?
En sy het vir my geantwoord, Betty, 'n man het jou afgehaal.
And she answered, Betty, a man took you off.
En ek het haar gevra, hoekom?
And I asked her, why?
En sy het vir my nie 'n regte antwoord gegee nie.
And she couldn't provide me with the correct answer.
Sy het vir my gesê, net so met die woorde.
She told me in this specific words.
'n man het van die mense afgehaal.
A man has taken some of the people off.
Toe vra ek vir haar met die woorde, hoekom vir my?
And then I asked her with these specific words, why me?
Ek het nie gevra om 'n stroke te kry nie.
I did not ask to get a stroke.
En dit is daaroor wat ek baie ongelukkig is. En diegene wat hier sit, ken ek nie.
And it is therefore that I'm very unhappy. And these
dat is die goddelike waarheid dat ek met daar praat.
It is the truth I'm speaking here today.
Die mense wat hier sit, was nie op die trustee nie.
These people who are sitting here were not on the trustee list.
Dit was net Margriete Apollos.
It was only Margriete Apollos.
Gertrude Boys. Dis al wat op die trust was. Maar die wat nou hier is genooi. Dis al wat ek wil sê.
That is all that was on the trust, those 2 names I've mentioned. And these people that are here are not on that trust. That's all I wanted to say.
Baie dankie.
Thank you.
Now we're getting 1,000 versions of what we are really up to here. And I tell you, each one of you is going to stand up and say, I am speaking the truth. And die hele klomp van julle wat hier was, julle lieg. You know? Okay. Okay, the gentleman there.
Goedemiddag. Mijn naam is Abri Souls. Ik werk nu al 34 jaar op die plaats. Ik was in het begin, daar was ik op die trust. Tot 2015. Toen wordt ons even schielijk afgedankt, maar dat is wat ons weet niet waar wordt gegaan. Toen kwam de nieuws, wat nou daar zit. Alle vergaderingen, alle komen met ons vergaderingen, alle komen met die. En dan kom je met die bewijzen en zeggen, man, als je ons gedaan met die ergens dat we hulpbos afkrijgen, dan is je bij.
Yeah, can I? Okay, I've been working on this farm for 34 years. In 2015, these new people came in and they started having meetings, and they wanted proof of bewijs van?
by the race of Rooibos, die geld wat is
The
ingekry.
proof of the money that was coming in?
Was het later, de voel was afgeskipt dan, kijk.
Later we felt like we were left aside.
Ons is kapitaalbegunstigdes, die staat dit voor ons wezen, voor ons 31, heeft hulle 3,4 miljoen rand gegeven.
We are capital beneficiaries. They gave us 3.4 million rand.
Vanuit ons jaar, sorry, moet jy op een rij en krijgen, want je bij iemand komt en vraagt hoe werkt het dan? Wanneer krijg je geld? Hoeveel het is? Wordt ook opgeschud.
And you have to keep on asking someone, where do we get our money? How do we get our money? And it's quite frustrating.
Ik voel dat ons allemaal voor, en dat ik wil vragen. Als ik kapitaalbegunstigd is, nee, alle.
If you are, I want to ask the question, if you are a capital beneficiary,
dan moet jij wat eienaarschap hebt. Ik maak een voorbeeld van die dame.
then you that have ownership, I'm going to make an example.
Als zij een winkel bezit.
If she owns a shop.
En ik kom daar en ik wil deelwees, dan moet jij dus een wijs, jij moet dit op een school mee neerzetten.
And if I want to get in there, then I must show something that I want to be a part of it.
En die wat ook uitgekomen, dat hij is dan nog op paraat, wat ik wil vragen. Hoekom? Als jij wat kapitaalbegunstigd is, jij wat eienaarschap hebt.
Why, if you are a capital beneficiary, you that have the ownership?
Hoekom als jij die dag ongeschikt, of jij kan niet meer werken, je gaat op pensioen, dan word jij op het laagste vlak, zo'n derde of vierde vlak, dat word jij gebetaald. Hier is bijvoorbeeld een van mijn collega's uit het verleden jaar af en toe Parliamentary. En al die Sanoze kreeg, toen kreeg ik ook 3005. Daar maar met over 40 jaar gewerkt, wat de kapitaalbegunstigd is, toen kreeg ik 1.200 rand. Why? Hoekom?
My question is why, when you are deemed unfit, or if you go on pension, you receive little money. For example, my friend that has worked for 40 years has only received 1,200 rand.
Ik wil niet zo lang wezen, maar ik wil iets zeggen op die ontwikkeling van die plaats. Hij gewoon gedeeltelijk. Die eienaar heeft voor ons,
I just want to talk about the development on that other farm, the owner.
Ons heeft bij ons in eerste plek gezegd, nou hier is 2 ouens van Australië.
But first we said there is 2 guys there from Australia.
En daar wordt een man voor je uit het kloof gaan naar de N7 toe. Hij stuk aan het pad.
And before you go to the N7, that other side of the road.
Toen zei hij voor ons, daarom wil die grond hier voor 25 jaar. Hij 2 mannen.
Then they said to us, that man wants to rent the land for 25 years.
Met capaciteit, of hoe zal ik zeggen, inkomsten, voor 700.000 rand per jaar.
With a small income at 700,000 rand per year.
En dan die box waarop we opvang, die kracht gestuurd wordt, dat zou voor ons 1 miljoen rand per jaar gekost hebben.
So with everything that needs to be done with the electricity and so forth, it would have cost us 1 million rand.
Ik wil het ook niet correctie maken, dat is de installering. Die installering klaar, dat krijgen we ons 1 miljoen rand. En daarvan af krijgen we ons 700 rand, 700.000. Want ons niet allemaal die grond overzet of wat bezig is. Die grond, daar is iets wat ook weer opgezet. Chairperson, als je iets op de grond zet, daar is er ontwikkeld. Je later, als je schat draait, je kan omdraaien en andere mensen helpen.
Chairperson, if you are busy doing something on someone else's land, then you get filthy rich because you developed there and, yes.
Ons sit nou voor die afgelopen 16 jaar. Jy krijg ieder jaar moet jy braai, dan krijg je 3 mensen aan. Ander jaar moet je rijden. Hadden we dan zeggen, kijk wat je anders.
So we've been sitting for 16 years. 1 year you would receive like 2,000 rand, and in the other year you're not sure what you're going to receive.
Nou, ons punt is, als ons burger ongelukkig is, als die mensen nog gehelp het, dan zal hij het van het begin af doen het. Want ons heeft nog andere plannen ook gehad. Maar als je betaling wil, dan word je afgevuurd alsof je...
If you want to, if you want more money, then you get brushed off as if you are nothing.
Toen zei die in je naam nog, die contract is klaar getekend voor 10 Rooibos-tea. Nou, ik, als een boer, ik ken Rooibos-tea. Jij kan...
The contract has already been signed for the Rooibos tea, and I know Rooibos tea.
Jij kan per jaar zijn. Volgende jaar als hij die nog staat wat hij voor jou kan inkomsten vangen. Dan staan hij die omtrent voor 3-4 jaar. Dan wordt die doodgesneden.
That tea that they make stands for 3 to 4 years, but nothing happens to it.
En dan moet hij gewoon van vorige bewaard worden. Dan gaat jij makkelijk 4 jaar weg voor je iets in je boekzak kan krijgen. Dat is niet wat is niet binnenkant.
The land needs to be worked for 4 years before it can be used again. So what sort of capital can you get when you still need to do that?
Mijn vraag is met die vraag. Ons wat eienaars is, mag ons niks zijn of kan ons niet deel het departement vragen dat hij mensen voor ons weer komt, zetten we dan uit dat beginpunt voor ons. Wat ik niet daar zie we nog bezig. Als je nog meer zien we nog bezig, dat is nog makkelijker mee doen gaan per jaar.
So my question to you is, how can you help me? Because that 700,000 rand is no more 700,000 rand. It's now about R1 million.
Ja, dat is ons punt. Dat is hoe we het zien. Want ik zeg altijd, je kan niet met iets aangaan op gewoonte. Of je wil niet, dat doe je tegen verliezen. Die is hier optie niet.
You can't have a shop and it runs against a loss. That is not an option.
We zien dat allemaal vandaag. Ons als plaatsjagers, ons mensen krijgen zwaar. Hier is minder ons dat tussen 300 rand de week krijgt. Maar jij komt net zo rijk man. Jij moet iets doen, jij moet dank wat ik doe. Jullie willen niet stelen, geen trouw toe.
Our people are suffering. They're earning less than 1,300 rand a week. And then there's people that are very rich that we need to look at.
Ik wil het bijna graag van jullie, maar ik zal niet voor jullie liggen. Jullie moeten de burger en alsjeblieft met ons contact, met ons weer. Want, aan kan leren man.
Please make contact with us, and we're not lying to you, we're telling the truth.
And here is a testament for all of people who are in here, kapitaalbeginners, ik ben meneer, maar daar is die oordracht, allemaal zijn namen, nou wie ga je kunnen zoeken? Die is tegen op 27 juli. Dat is een wettige, dat is het dan, wat 31 mijn namen. Nou wie draai je weer? Al wie is het? Verder, bij dat meneer, voor is het niet, Mr. Chair.
Chairperson, that's a list of the capital beneficiaries there. Thank you very much.
Yes, I know. Thank you for another chance. I'm just here to defend my name. I'm the one that Auntie Betty talked about. I raised my hand. I just want to defend my name. Okay, and then... Okay, I think I'm going to leave it like that, ne? I'm going to leave it. Oh. Okay, so I did interact with Auntie Betty. After. The elderly.
Goedemiddag, allemaal older people.
Good afternoon to everyone.
Ik is Atrappel.
I am Atrappel.
Ik zoek aandelen, niet aandelen baas. Ik is de baas van die grond.
I am also a shareholder, sorry, not a shareholder, the owner of the land.
En ik was ook al op die committee geweest van die trust wat ons gehad het.
And I was on the committee of this trust that we had.
En ek het gesien die dinge gaan nie werkie want ek kan nie net luister en ons kan nie vra nie. As jy vra dan word jy lelik aangekyk so.
I saw that you can't ask questions here because if you ask questions in this trust, then you get looked at in a weird way, like in a bad way.
En ek wil graag weet van die finansies. En ek het gevra, ek hoor as geld wat vasbelê is en ek vir die eienaar gevra.
I wanted to know about the finances. I heard there was money that was invested.
En die man het net so 'n stuk papiere voor hom gehad.
And this man had such a big stack of papers in front of him.
En hy haal die papier heel onderin uit. Hy vra papier en hy wys net so in die lug. Hierso, sorry vir die woord, hierso moerse klomp geld. Ek weet nie my geld vir julle te gee nie. Weer hier onderin.
He grabbed the paper from the bottom and he said to us, look, here's a lot, like a whole lot of money here, but I don't know how to give it to you. And he put the paper back at the bottom of the stack.
En ek wil ook maar net weet, ons is nou die beginsel, ons het nou grond, ons is die baas, maar ons weet niks van finansies af hier. Ons weet niks.
We are the beneficiaries, we are the owners of the land, but we don't know anything about it.
En ons sukkel, ons kry swaar mense. Ons is plaasmense, ons sukkel. Ons nog 'n ding, die manne nou vir ons so bly gemaak met die aandele laat vir ons gesê, kerels, oor 5 jaar kan julle sien waar staan julle. My Here is al nou al amper 20 jaar. Ek is nog net daar wat ek is.
And we're struggling. This guy said to us that in 5 years things would go better, but it's been almost 20 years now, and look where I am, I'm still struggling.
So, dat is maar al, ek wil maar net weet, wat gaat aan met ons finansies? Ik wil graag weten hoe staan die finansiezaken. Ik wil hem graag weten wat gaat aan. Ik wil hem graag weten wat is daar vastbelegd. Ons weet niks.
I just want to know where is our financial situation at, and what is going on with the investments and so forth, because I do not know anything.
Baie dankie.
Thank you very much.
Well, thank you. There was a lady that wanted to respond. Is she still interested?
No, it's fine. I'm just going to leave it like that.
Okay, thank you. So there is another hand there.
Goedemorgen.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Ik is Piet Timmer.
I'm Peter Stemmer. Piet September.
Ik heb het heel morgen gehoord. We praten net over thee.
I've listened the whole morning. We just spoke about tea and tea and tea.
Is iets anders wat mij bij je bij gewoon.
But there's something that's really of big concern to me on that farm.
Zoals hij kraakpaal, hij telefoonpaal.
The electric poles, no, actually the telephone ones, yeah.
Daar zijn nog valschermafdelingen. Ik weet niet waar toe gaan eigenlijk.
There's money coming in, but I don't know where it's going to.
Don't know where going.
We're still thinking about where it's going to.
Maar we zien het die paal, zo, zien het die vliegveld uit die banen gemaakt.
We just see the poles and the lanes that they've made there, but
Het al gehoord, we kregen paalse geld, maar ik hoor net van deze geld.
yeah, we've heard that we're going to get some income from those poles, but the only thing I hear now is the money of T.
Maar die twee, wat ook geld in, kan nog niet verstaan hoe werkt.
But I want to know where the money is going that we're getting from the poles and the other investments. I'm worried about that.
Okay, thank you. Is the lady there wanting to say something? Okay.
Ik is een van die. My naam is Lina Moos.
I'm Lina Moos.
Ik is een van die 31, maar mijn man was ingeweest.
I'm not part of the 31 beneficiaries, but my husband was one of them.
Ja, hij passed away.
And he passed away.
Hij heeft tot 2018.
He worked till 2018.
Nee. Om en bij tot 2013 heeft hij gewerkt.
He worked till 2013.
Ja, van die tijd af heeft hij net 1200 gekregen.
From that time, he only got 1,200 rand.
En hij heeft nog tot 2018 gekregen.
He got that up to 2018.
En daar is een testament wat ook daarbij is, die naam is daar.
There is a will and the name is there.
Rondom dit.
Around the will, I just want to get clarity.
Ja, wat of ons nog deel is en of ons nog gaan krijgen, maar die
If we are part and if we're still going to get some money.
Die feit blijft staan. Hij was gemaakt voor die 100 en...
The fact remains, he was supposed to get of that 100 and something thousand.
Ja, ja. Nou wil ik net meer. Daarom traint ons is 2.
I just want to get clarity because we are 2 people here.
Ja. Alsjeblieft, ik wil net dat. Net daarom.
Please. Clarity about the 111,000 that herself and another lady supposed to get because her husband was in this trust.
Okay.
So the lady is asking, remember the initial grant per beneficiary, it was about 100 and something thousand. So she's trying to find out, because it's 2 of them, so because the husband passed away and was one of the 31. So if now it's not going to get anything of the dividends, are they going to get the 100 and something thousand as the initial grant, because now they are sort of are not counted as one of the beneficiaries into this project?
Yeah, honorable members, ladies and gentlemen, it's a pity that this meeting has to stop at some point because we are going somewhere else. But I want to say and thank you for your frankness and openness, because that's the only way that we can get to the marrow of the problem, get to the facts, and then so that when we go back to Parliament, we know exactly what to do when you have actually given us concrete facts. I want to say, perhaps the department would do us a very, very big favor here to convene a meeting of this nature. Sit down with these people, not only for one day, develop a program to assist our people here. Because there is a high level of, not understanding exactly what they are actually, what's going on here. They don't even understand their rights over the land. So, and I want to put the matter squarely in your hands, because you are employed precisely to help our people on a daily basis. So, you see these confusions, LRAD, equity scheme, CPAs, and so on, is because they do not understand what exactly is happening. And of particular importance to me is this issue of the 31 people, because it's causing a great deal of confusion. 31 people who are real owners. What about the rest? What about the 128? Now, if the money was given to 31 people, I think the department the onus is in the department to come back and explain that, because that actually causes a great deal of confusion. And secondly, the people are actually saying, some of the people here were saying, they want that money, paid back to them because they are no longer getting the benefits. So that to me, indicate that there is level of, lack of understanding. Because if that money was given to them in order to buy the farm, so that money is no longer there. Because it was meant for a specific purpose. They bought the land, it's their land. It's their land. Now, you need to assist even our people because there are some of the regulations, laws, and whatever, they actually drafted themselves, but now they are now working at their own disadvantage. So we need to sweep and correct that and clean all of those things, so that in the end they benefit and they must understand the value of what they have. That is critical. So on that note, brothers and sisters, I am tempted to say because I've received indication that the people out there are waiting for us, and they are actually even sitting in the sun, unlike us, we are in here. So it would be unfair, ladies and gentlemen, to keep those people in the sun for any length of time. Once again, thank you so much for your presence. Thank you so much for your interaction and engagement. We have been taking notes, but we would need those documents that we had actually requested from the manager, namely the financials and a comprehensive report. Because all of these issues that we are hearing here should somehow find expression in the report, and also so that the department can develop a program of action to address those things. Thank you so much, Chief Director and your staff, your team, and honorable members. Thank you so much for your patience and for your listening. Thank you. Okay, we started our meeting with a prayer. We should close our meeting with a prayer. Somebody must pray for us now, not silent. Why don't we talk to God? Why are we silent when it comes to Him? Why is the predicant?
As ons almal net ons oë kan sluit en hemelwaarts keer. Almagtige God en Hemelse Vader, Here, baie dankie vir hierdie warm dag wat U aan ons geskenk het. Here, U weet net hoekom en die waarom, Here. Ons sê vir U baie dankie vir die gade wat van die departement se kant af uitgekom het, Here. Baie dankie dat U vir hulle veilig gebring het tot hier, Here. Neem hulle verder, Here, waar hulle na die ander plase toe gaan en wil U saam met ons elkeen wees. Baie dankie. Amen.
I am tempted to ask the department to furnish us with that information within the next 14 days.